I go up your ass. Wow, look here's whoa. I go up your ass. I need a dick, and it's no choice. 100 wow, 100 whoa, 100 sip koi. I need a dick, and it's no choice. I'ma spend that on my boyfriend. And wow, bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the ass. Press 1 for butt fun. Press 2 if you wanna follow through. Press 3 if you're gay. Press 4 for a three-way. Think about who? Think about what? Let's think about sluts. Do they know they're sluts? Let's find out. As a disclaimer, you're a bitch, and you should feel like a bitch. Good cookies and wank on 'em. Give the icing. So sticky. You should fuck the men again and again. Even on a dick. Even on a bad day. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the ass.
Hello, welcome. Happy Thursday, or at least I hope it's Thursday, or I've turned up to work for no good reason. But I guess, of all the best jobs in the world to turn up for no reason for, I guess this is probably a top two, right? A top two at least. Bitch. It is indeed Thursday. Oh, thank fuck. Wow, first time seeing that. Welcome in. Are you new or something? Mega Man, thank you so much. I've been having that as my intro for quite some time. Wait. Kool-Aid and Anthrax? That's the name you went with? What's the story behind that? Sunny, hello, sweetheart, thank you. Thanks. I'm glad you like the makeup. I feel like I've just been trying different methods. There is a new method that I want to try, but I haven't gotten around to it because I know it's going to take me ages and I'll probably blunder it a couple of times. So hopefully I'll get to try that one next. Okay. Mods and making recommendations. Ant-Man, thank you so fucking much, sweetheart. I appreciate it. So, someone introduced me to a thing called Throne, and I have set up an account. Press 1 if you know what Throne is. So basically, I'm gonna be installing that in the stream. Okay, none of you seem to know. Okay, Master the Code knows. That's it. That's all of you. That's everyone who knows what Throne is. Oh, there's some of you. Good. But yeah, basically I'll be installing that, so if you ever want to buy anything for my bunnies, you can. Straw man me, bro. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And yeah, I'll make sure that if you do get something for the bunnies, you will see them enjoying it. It's a gift platform. Yeah, it is. So basically, you can buy things on there and they will get sent to me, and the streamer sets what gets sent. So it's kind of like a PO box, but only with things that you want and have asked for. So basically, it keeps your details and mine completely separate and safe. So we don't know anything private about each other. Like you don't have to know my address to send the bunnies some treats. So I'm gonna put things like niblets on there, and dried flowers and stuff like that that you can all enjoy watching them have, which is pretty cool. But I haven't properly set it up today. I've only made an account, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for the final things to happen, but they will. P is gonna bankrupt me. Are you gonna simp for P? I bet he loves that. Straw Mammy Bros, thank you so much. I appreciate it. 3 months of membership. Fuck yeah. I swear you've been here a little longer than that. But thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Yo, Anita, 2 days in a row? Yeah, I'm here quite fuck off. I'm here quite often. Believe it or not. I'm supposed to stream like 4 times a week. If you're on YouTube though, you missed my best stream of the week, which is the Saturday stream, where we watch videos together. Because I can't do that stream on YouTube, but you can watch it on Twitch with me. Would a new snake plush for Pete on Throne? You know what? You can definitely go ahead and buy him another snake plush. I'd have to go to the trouble of actually finding one. So if you see a really cute one that's pet safe, send me a link and I'll put it in there. Like you can go crazy as well. You can go like massive as well, because I can just put it over there. He loves snakes for some reason. He's the only animal that hates other bunnies, loves snakes. And he has a snake in his castle that he wraps around himself to sleep in. Cody, thank you so much for the bits. Hey. Wouldn't a snake freak him out? Weirdly, no. He doesn't get freaked out by snakes. I'm sure it would work on other bunnies. I'm sure they'd be like, "Bop!" But like, he absolutely loves his snake, and he groomed it so much that he nibbled off the tongue, and then he got really sad about it. Have you ever thought about dyeing your hair? This is a wig. I could have my hair any color I want, so putting chemicals on my head probably would be a hell of a length to go to change my hair color when I could just buy a new wig. That's a wig. Yeah, it is. And what I like about it is I can do this and you still usually can't tell. And what I've done is with my real hair, I've just brought it forward a little bit and the wig actually starts back here. So that like the transition is seamless. That's how I do it. Are you bald? No, this is my real hair. Can you see this hair here? Real hair. Like I'm not bald. um but yeah, also like it's like a lace front. So it looks like your natural hair. I didn't even know. Thank you. I do think this is particularly good and surprisingly very cheap. So when I first started wearing wigs, I wanted them to be really realistic and for nobody to be able to tell. So I bought a really expensive £1,000 wig. I'm not kidding. And I wore that for ages and I really loved it, but it was a lot of hassle, like straightening it, curling it, like taking care of it and stuff. And you had to take care of it in a very specific way because it was like all real human hair. Yeah. So I was like, I'm not really sure that I want to spend that much money on it again for the next one I get. So I got like a few £30 ones that were just for like experimenting with during Gothmas. And people really liked those. And I was like, why am I spending so much on them when these will do? And so this one I'm wearing right now is just a cheap wig. It's like £30 as well. This one, about 29, £28. And I think it works really well. Matt, thank you so much. And Salacion, I appreciate the resub. Thanks so much for the 79-month, honey. And Aza, thank you so, so much. 7 years. What happened to them? Yeah, it feels like it's gone by in a fucking blink. Whoop. I like a cheap woman. I'm sure you do. Of course you do. Good for you. Zafu, thanks so much for the 10 gifties, sweetheart. I love it. And Matt, thanks for the 5 gifties too. You're all absolutely amazing. Rick Grimes. Oh, thanks for the 66 month. Someone asked why I wear wigs though, and the reason why is because I started having unexplained hair loss a few years ago, and it was getting worse and worse, and it wasn't fixing itself. And going to the doctor was kind of useless because they'd do my blood tests, and then they'd be like, "Well, your bloods are normal. Maybe it was like a brief deficiency in something or whatever. Like maybe whatever it is passed, and you'll be fine because your bloods are normal." And it was getting worse. So I'd go back in and they'd be like, let's check your bloods again. They last checked them like 6 months ago. Let's check them again. And they'd be like, well, it's normal, so maybe it'll pass. And I'm like, it's not passing. Can we find out what the fuck it is? I also had a bunch of other really severe health problems that were quite putting me in and out of hospital. And they're like, yeah, we don't know what that is. Maybe it'll just fix itself. And they just weren't taking me seriously. So all this time, the hair loss was getting worse and worse, and I wasn't getting anywhere with it with the doctors, and it was really, really upsetting me. So I started buying wigs in the meantime while I went private and started paying excruciating amounts of money to find out what was wrong with me. And I have a few diagnoses now. I have HEDS and I have MCAS, and possibly endometriosis. So with those, it's been a bit easier to work on it, and I'm now on a medication called minoxidil, which makes people's hair grow really thick in return. Like a lot of balding men take minoxidil, and it gives them their hair back. And that's prescribed by a doctor. It's not like a beauty treatment or anything. It's like a prescribed by a doctor heart medication. And when they did studies on the heart medication, they were finding that a lot of people were getting their hair back. Like people who were losing their hair suddenly had really thick hair all of a sudden. And so it started being used as a hair growth treatment as well. No more conditioner on the scalp. Oh yeah, you're not supposed to put conditioner on your scalp, but that won't make you go bald. Other things are I have a special shampoo that's medicated, and I am now treating my illnesses, which has made me overall much healthier. So my hair is thicker now and it is coming back, but until it's completely normal, I think I'll stick with the wigs because it's just easier. Are you going to vote Count Binface? So isn't that a council election for a local area? I don't think I'm in that area, so I can't vote for Binface. Otherwise, I totally would. I would for the lols, except I can't. I can't vote anymore, but if I could vote, I would. Nadian, thank you so much. Wait, why can't you vote if you don't mind me sharing? You're so full of questions. I can't vote because men, basically. So when you are a content creator, like even if only 1 in a million is a crazy parasocial nut job who is trying to find you and rape you, that will be like at least 8 people at any given time who are trying to track you down. And unfortunately, registering to vote anonymously, like without your name going on the register, is very complicated and difficult. And if they fuck up at all, that's your life ruined. So I can't register to vote because it's not safe. That's ridiculous. I know, right? It's a source of like burning resentment for me in a way because it's like there were women who suffered internal damage, who were restrained, unlawfully put in prison, and force fed when they went on hunger strike with like funnels and tubes down their throat, which damaged their esophagus and punctured their stomachs and things like this. And some of them never recovered from those injuries. Some of them died, but also some of them just spent the rest of their life unable to swallow properly or talk properly and all had all sorts of disabilities after. And this was just some of the things that women went through to give us the vote, and men are still taking it away from me. Like, I find that profoundly upsetting. And I think like the truth of it is that just some changes in policy would make it accessible to people who have to protect themselves, because over 1 million people get stalked. New stalking incidents happen every single year in the UK. So there should be ways to do things without releasing your personal details. Absolutely. And they should be secure, easy to do. And in my situation, they're not. There is a way to go about it, but it's incredibly long-winded and difficult, and you have to gamble registering and hope that they allow you afterwards as well, which is unsafe. Because if they decide no, then it's just there, right? So it's not really a safe way to go about it. The way that we allow people to do it anonymously is just too hard. Especially for something as essential to society as voting. I know, I know. Voting also requires ID at the poll. Exactly. So if the person who you have to show it to you is like a viewer or whatever, that's an issue. That's also an issue. So there is just no real way for me to vote in my position. Aren't you already in the voting system? No. Oh, can't even vote by post, right? No, because you still have to register to vote, which puts you on the voting register, which is publicly accessible. So no, I can't do that. So yeah, for safety reasons, not possible. They should fix that. Oh yeah, but like it's really, really difficult to get a huge amount of like that depth of policy change initiated, unfortunately. And also because it's going to be underreported how many people it affects. That's another thing. So people who can't vote for that reason, like maybe they ran away from their family and their family would try to track them down, or what if they had an ex who tried to kill them, but they didn't have enough evidence to take it to court, so they just had to go into hiding. And these sorts of things, those people are not going to describe their reasons for not registering to vote. They're going to kind of just be invisible, and they're going to be hard to track down and ask personally. So I'd imagine this probably affects absolute metric fuck ton of people, but it's pretty much impossible to convince a policymaker that it needs changing because they'll only see my niche example. What? Not able to use a PO box? No, no, that's not legal. Volatile void, thank you so much. Why is the voter registry open to the public? I have no fucking idea. I mean, maybe you should just ask Google why. But yeah, there'll be someone who'll swing in later and be like, I figured it out. I Googled it all for you. And there's this way that you can appeal to the courts. And it's like, I know about that system, but it has a fatal flaw, which means it's not safe to do that. So the only system you have to anonymously vote is fucked and is not safe enough to use. Oh, it's public somehow to stop money laundering and to fight financial crime. That's really interesting because how does it fight financial crime? That's weird. Huh. Yeah. Any new games to play? Well, apparently Marvel Rivals is just gonna be a completely new game tomorrow. A lot of people are gonna feel like they're playing Marvel Rivals for the first time. Maybe I should play Marvel Rivals tonight just for posterity, just to have like a VOD to look back on in case it's terrible and everyone hates it. To be like, ah, the good old days. LMAO, that's such a good idea. Yeah, maybe. I'll think about it. I saw a video. Oh my god, what was the video? Let me show you. Let me show you the video I came across. Yeah. I'm always so slow and clumsy about doing this. Okay. Uh, so I saw that, and the comment section is wild. 500,000 likes, by the way. You know what that's about? Tell me if you know what that's about. Bitch! Kinda. I'm getting some people like, yeah, kinda. It's about the World Cup. Wait, is it though? I think so, but I'm not certain. I kind of know Farage stuff, right? So a lot of people are interpreting it that way. So at the moment, England is being considered a Muslim country, okay? Which I find hilarious, but the reasons are even fucking funnier. Is it because of some bullshit about immigration? Kind of, but no, actually. Good guess. Almost. It's dick. It's dick. It's fat dick. It's baby dick. It's baby dick. It's not baby dick. It's baby dick. It's because the top name for babies for the last 3 years, right? The most popular baby name in the UK is Mohammed. And people have been like, see, they're outbreeding us. They're replacing us. The great replacement theory. You know, everyone's gonna have brown babies, and there aren't gonna be any white babies, and we're gonna be bred out of our own country. Could you believe it? You know? And so people have really rolled with that, and they found studies that say that like Muslim women have more kids than non-Muslim women in the UK, but also in multiple countries like Germany and places like that. Like lots of European countries, you know, the fertility rate of Muslim women is higher, right? And so like they're gonna invade and take us over, and isn't it most of the babies born are Mohammed's now? It's a catastrophe. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting. But whenever I learn something new, I go and ask questions about it. And it only took me 5 seconds of asking questions to realize that the whole idea of this is kind of bullshit, right? So there are genuinely people who think that by the year 2050, this will be a Muslim country. That it's not a Muslim country yet, but it will be by 2050, right? And the reason why they think that is because they've calculated by the fertility rates of Muslim people against everybody else. And they're like, they're immigrating here, they're breeding more than us, they're going to replace us. This will be a Muslim country by 2050, by the math, right? And they extrapolate from one specific study. So I was like, what's the study? And so, first of all, the study isn't publicly accessible. They keep quoting it, but you can't click on it and you can't read it, which is suspicious, right? But all of the overviews that I could find of that study basically say that Muslim women are likely to have around 3 children, and non-Muslim women are likely to have 1 to 2.7 children, right? So it's kind of a marginal difference between the two. And funnily enough, even in Muslim countries, but also in the countries where Muslims are, women are declining in fertility. they are getting less and less inclined to have children over the years, just like everybody else. So the math doesn't check out. It won't be a mostly Muslim country by 2050. It just won't, right? By that math. But also, the second most popular baby name in the UK is Noah, which is kind of a Christian name. That's a name from the Bible, right? And the reason why Muhammad is such a popular name is because many Muslims have a tradition of naming at least one of their sons Muhammad after the Prophet, right? But English people don't have that kind of tradition. If they had a tradition where they had to name at least one kid Dick, right? Then Dick would be several million times more popular of a name than Muhammad, right? But because we don't have that naming convention, because our names are diverse, it skews the results somewhat, right? And so, like, no, it's not a problem. No, we're not a Muslim country. Do you know how many Muslims there are in the UK? Do you know what percentage of the UK is Muslim? 6%. 6 fucking percent. Crazy. 6%. That's it. They're just 6 fucking percent. Barely any, right? And I saw the comment section when I discovered this, right? I discovered it on Reddit. It came up on like the popular part of Reddit. I was like, what is everyone talking about right now? And in that area, like, people are like, terrible, our Christian country, our morals, our society's breaking down because Muhammad is the most popular name, right? And I was really interested in the fact that they were saying, our Christian values are disappearing, as if Christianity is native. And it's not. Christianity is part of the Great Replacement theory. Like, Christianity is a foreign religion. They burned everyone who didn't believe in it. That's how they established it here. For tens of thousands of years, people were pagan. Christianity isn't a British religion. It was an invader's religion, right? So I don't really consider Christianity to be British at all. No religions are. All the pagan religions that we followed that were indigenous to the UK have disappeared. We barely know their names anymore. All of the written accounts have been scrubbed from the history books. We are severely unacquainted with English history. We were invaded the shit out of by the Picts, the Anglo-Saxons, the Vikings, and then the Romans. They all brought their religions, which were not British, and then the Roman religion became the most popular. That was it. We don't have a native British kind of values anymore. There's no such thing. We are a hodgepodge of invaders' beliefs that were tacked onto our country in recent history. And I do consider the past 2,000 to 3,000 years to be recent history, when we've been here for tens of thousands of years at least, perhaps even 1,000,000 years nearly, Like, so the problem with this is that I really don't give a shit what religion people have. I genuinely don't. I don't care. I wouldn't give a shit if England was becoming Muslim. I have no skin in the game. I genuinely think you're allowed to believe whatever the fuck you want for whatever reason you want, because all the major religions are non-native to the UK anyway. As long as it doesn't make you sexist or racist or cruel, I don't give a fuck what deity you worship. If it makes you a happy person and it encourages you to do good, believe in whatever the fuck you want. Believe in the spaghetti monster for all I care. But it's just so fucking funny that people are using this to fuel racism when it doesn't mean what people think that it means. And it took me 15 minutes to figure that out. It took me 15 minutes of looking into it to know, no, we're not a Muslim country. No, they're not outbreeding us and invading through breeding like people are trying to infer. They're just existing. They're just existing in a completely fair and acceptable way, and it's not a problem whatsoever. Who cares? And if you have a problem with it, you don't have to breed more to keep up with them. You just have to name one of your firstborns fucking Noah. Next time you have a son, call him Noah. Problem solved. Not that it ever was a problem. As a follower of the spaghetti monster, I find your views quite blasphemous. Why? Because I don't care whether or not you believe in the spaghetti monster, because I think you have the right to be. Because if you want to name your firstborn Grand Spaghetti, that is perfectly fine. And even if the most popular baby name in the UK became Spaghetti, um, like I would not give two shits. I'd be fine with it. You could have as many kids as you want. Damn, girl, you heard this chat. I kind of am fine with weeding out a few races here and there because I feel like you have to be pretty racist to be upset with what I just said. I don't think there's any logical reason. No, you have to be stressed about the names. You have to be angry about the names. You have to disagree with the names. You have to have a problem with the names. You have to be deluded about what the names are going to lead to. You have to panic with us. You have to cry. Is it the same in the UK that most city younger adults and kids live as atheists? I don't know. I don't know the exact studies on like the ratio of Christians to atheists or like other major religions. I think like one of the most prominent ones is like some form of Christian or Catholicism. I think that's like the main religion that is most popular in the UK, but I could be wrong. But I don't know a lot of religious people. I'll be honest with you. I know they have whole communities, but I see a lot of churches closing down, so it does kind of hint to me that more and more people are stepping away from faith, because a lot of churches are being sold and converted into houses. People are buying them up. Um, and whole communities of people who used to regularly go to church are kind of dwindling. And I've definitely seen a lot of that. But I don't know how prevalent that is everywhere. That's just personal experience and not like a huge study of the entirety of the UK. While between 37 and 49% of the population in the UK is atheist. That's crazy. I feel like that's jumped up. I feel like 10, 20 years ago, I Googled it and I expected results like that and it was much lower. So I wonder if more people have stepped away from faith more recently. But I did notice, I don't know if any of you do this, but some people they say they're part of a religion because their family is part of a religion and not because they're practicing. So like they will consider themselves Christian because they don't go to church and they don't do any Christian stuff, but their family is Christian and they kind of say like they just kind of say like we're broadly Christian in a way, but they're not practicing. And so I feel like those might be a little bit of a false positive in a lot of these studies. Sounds like how it seems to be in Germany. Do you think a lot of people are stepping away from faith now? I don't know. Catholics haven't been the majority in the UK since Henry VIII. Oh, wow. That's a cool fact. Never knew that, Nominus. Yeah, it's a long decline. Interesting. I think I'm scrolling back, someone posted them. So according to Wikipedia, Christianity is the largest group at 46.5%, followed closely by those with no religion. And then others are Islam 6%, Hinduism 1.6, Sikhism 0.8, and Judaism 0.4, and Buddhism 0.4. Very, very interesting. But yeah, the top baby name being Muhammad does not mean that there are loads and loads and loads of Muslim babies and that they're outbreeding us and all this sort of stuff. It just does not mean that at all. We, we're not a Muslim country, not that it would matter. Oh, it's streets o'clock. Hang on then. Let me get the screen up for you and we can go give the bunnies their treats. Oh, they have no idea. Usually they're so excited for it. Hang on. There you go. Now you can see the buns. It's treat time! Pete? Pete? We'll see if Pete Cam wants to work. Oh, it is. Fantastic. Okay, calm your tits. This way. This way. Shit in the face. Isn't he adorable? I love watching the field cheese roll. Look at his little face. Makes me so happy. Also, my caterpillars have got really big and fat. And I've released a moth already today. So I've released a lot of moths. But I'll be back. Hang on, hang on. Love you, love you. What's this? Excuse me, little guy. Hang on, I gotta change the scene so I don't show off my feet. No free feet. Right. So in here, can you see my caterpillars? They've gotten so fat. They cover my face. Maybe it'll zoom in. Maybe it'll focus. You can see them. Please focus. Oh, there we go. Do you see them? They're so stripy and orange. But that's a jail. Maybe they want to escape. So the reason I have them there is because they would spend their entire this stage of their life on a tiny little plants. They wouldn't really move around very much. They just cling to the plant. Hey, Pitch. So what they do is they stay on the plant, they eat the plant. It's the only plant they can eat. It's called ragwort. And quite often in the hot summer sun, the plant gets heavily damaged by them all nomming, and it can't survive the onslaught. Even though it has leaves, because all of the leaves are being nibbled at once, it starts to decimate the plant before the caterpillars come to the full size. So I discovered this because there was one in the pavement of my front garden for quite a while. One of these ragworts had grown between the paving stones. And I walked up to it to try and pull it up. And I noticed there were all these beautiful stripy caterpillars on it, so I left it, right? And then I kept watching it, and gradually all the leaves disappeared, and there was just these thin strands, and all the caterpillars scattered. And they were just in the middle of the hot pavement, just wandering around, lost. So I picked up as many as I could find, and I took them in. And I researched it, and apparently what happens is they eat the plant to death, and then they eat each other to death. And they just have like a Hunger Games at the end. So what I've been doing is gradually, I take them all in, and then I snip off one leaf at a time of the plant. And the plant can survive this a lot better. The damage is less pervasive. It's losing just as much mass, but it's not from everywhere on the plant at once. So it can regrow leaves, right? So it regrows in the time that I'm feeding them, and I allocate it right so that they survive, they don't have to eat each other, and the plant survives. Nobody has to die, right? And then I keep in a separate tub all of the little pupa, and I let them develop for a year. I keep them for an entire year, and I place moss inside of it, and I spritz the moss very lightly. I don't spritz the pupa at all, but I spritz the moss a little bit every now and again, to keep the environment just moist enough that they don't dry out, because if the pupa dries out, it hardens too hard for them to break out of later. So I keep the environment as perfect and optimal as I possibly can for them whilst they stay with me for a year. And this year, those pupa have hatched into these beautiful cinnabar moths that are bright red, and they're just so gorgeous. And I released them onto the ragwort because the ragwort is still there. It hasn't died because they haven't eaten it to death. So that has been my process, and I'm really enjoying the process. And basically, they don't really need a lot of space. They don't need like a huge amount of space to run around and play, because they would never move off of their plant. And their plant like is this wide and like is this tall, and they just sit up near the flowers and they just eat it and they just stay. They don't really move 6 inches in their entire caterpillar stage. So like they're not going to miss the space, but they have all the food they can eat. And after this stream, I'm going to get them more leaves and they're going to have even more food. And they're getting nice and fat and they're very happy and content. And they just alternate between eating and sleeping. They have a very simple life right now. It's very cute. And they're not eating each other because they have an endless supply of food. It's great. And I really enjoy doing it. It brings me a lot of pleasure to release the moths. And I get so excited that they survived the whole year and that I kept them safe and sheltered, because people do gardening and stuff. So if they turned into a pupa in someone's garden, they might have trampled all over them or done some weeding or sprayed some pesticides or whatever, and they could have died. But at least with me, 100% certainty, nothing's going to happen to them. They just get to pupate in peace. How do they look when they become moths? They're like red and black. They're red and black moths, and they fly around in the sun. They're not like nightly. They're not very nocturnal. They live for about 2 weeks, and they're very, very beautiful. But like, I'm realizing so much about myself, because when people ask me this, they're like, what do you do outside of streaming? And I play a fuck ton of computer games, but I've always struggled to describe my hobbies and describe myself. And like, I'm beginning to realize now that I'm a little bit healthier and I have a little bit more free time in between like taking care of things, I've realized I fucking love gardening. I really love growing food. I'm not that good at it yet, but I love growing food. I love looking after insects. I'm heavily, heavily obsessed with insects. Like I have my cockroaches, my pet cockroaches. I have my pet snail, my big giant African land snail. I have Dick. I have cats. I have tits. I have Dick. I have 2 dicks. I have baby Dick. I have my caterpillars. And I have just an absolute infatuation with them. Multiple birthdays in a row, I would go to, butterfly places where you can just stand in there and have them all fly around you. And that's my idea of a good time, like not clubbing and stuff, is just obsessing over fucking bugs. Oh yeah, I have pet worms as well. I have a worm farm. Fed them today, actually. I gave them cherry plums. I was very excited about that. And I'm obsessed with researching. I like researching. I have a special interest in nutrition. I know a lot of nutritional facts and agriculture facts. And I know a lot of really horrifying facts about missing persons cases and horrific deaths and UFOs. Like, I like learning and researching why people believe in UFOs. That's pretty cool. What else do I research? I feel like there's a few other special interests there too, but I like learning, and I like bugs, and I like plants, and I like growing stuff. And I'm obsessed with feeding and looking after wildlife. And a lot of the charities that I volunteered for were for protecting wildlife and protecting animals and doing rescue stuff for animals. So I feel like I'm a very nature-centered hobbyist. Oh yeah, and spontaneous human combustion. I know a lot of facts about spontaneous human combustion. People think it's been explained, it hasn't. Do you run a moth trap? They're non-lethal and a great way to see what's out there at night. There's over 2,500 species of moths to see. I kind of feel like I have a weird approach where I like to perv on the wildlife, but I find it most titillating when they are just going about their day naturally. I know that moths have and butterflies and flying insects have such a short lifespan that stealing an hour from them or stealing any amount of time from them really is kind of really awful. It's the equivalent of me imprisoning you for like 17 years because it's a ridiculous a proportion of the time they desperately need to go find a mate. So I don't really want to disturb the animals. Like when I go rock pooling, I don't get a bucket and just put loads of little animals in the bucket because they tend to fight each other and they also they get overheated and they can get injured by the fact that you've put them in this tiny amount of water because it warms up in the sun. And they fight each other and they panic, right? So what I like to see is what they get up to when they don't know you're looking, what they get up to when they're happy, what they do with their time. I don't just want to be close to them and just look at them up close in the face. I want to see them have fun and do the things they care about and show the little things that they enjoy about life. That's what I want to see. So I don't tend to trap the moths or try to like grab them or anything. Just kind of leave them alone. Go ahead and run that Donny taunt. Oh, that's so cool! Lessa Ivy, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. I'm glad that she
Damn,
gave you her babies
those
to take
buns
care
are
of.
living better than I am. I wish someone made me a cardboard castle.
Oh, damn! Little do you know, it's a wooden castle. It's a wooden castle that was like 600 quid that I imported from the US. Like, they're specialist crafted for bunny castles, made of special wood that doesn't like endanger them in any way. And I've had them for many, many years. They're not like cardboard, they're solid wood. What about spiders? I do love spiders, but I don't keep spiders because I don't see captive feeding as ethical. Like in the wild, prey has an opportunity to get away, but in like captivity, you're sentencing them to death, and quite often it's required for you to breed them to die. And I don't think anyone deserves to be born just to die. I think that's a horrific thing to intentionally do to an animal. Especially when we do things like we selectively bred grasshoppers to not be able to sing and locusts that can't sing. We took away their voice. So they can't even sing. They have to sit in cardboard and just wait to die, bored in overcrowded little cages with not even a song to comfort themselves. And I just feel like all of that is a really dire thing to pay into just to be close to a spider. When you can just enjoy them at a distance, and like I have spiders come in my house, and I just name them and leave them and go, that's your corner now, Harry. And like Harry is good. Me and Harry are tight. Like he just eats anything that shouldn't be in here, keeps all of the pests down. Me and Harry are good, right? And that's how I enjoy spiders. Good old Harry with the hairy legs. Yeah, Harry can sit in the bathroom and watch me shit. We're pals now. We can make eye contact. It's always weirded me out, though, that spiders will go into the bathroom specifically because it is where we go to poop, and they do have a very, very highly, highly, highly sensitive sense of smell. So, like, it's kind of ironic that that's the most common place that I ever find spiders. Because, like, is that in every house? Do you find them more in your bathrooms too? Or does my shit just smell especially good? Like, are they just fine with my poop specifically? Or is this a weird thing about them where they have a great sense of smell but don't seem to mind our poop smell? Because human poop smell is terrible, by the way. Really, really bad. Up there in top 10 worst animal smells. Didn't your mom give you to a spider? Pretty much. I was sleeping as a baby and she has a terrible fear of them. And this massive spider crawled across my face and she just ran out of the room like, that's your kid now, I don't care. And like, she was too scared to come and see me after. I was thrown to the wolves, essentially. Maybe human poop is not harmful to spiders, they don't seem to sense it as bad. My theory, personally, is if they do inhabit bathrooms more than other spaces, it might be because poop attracts flies. And they do take note of things that attract flies. They're more likely to build a web over a light that attracts a lot of moths, for example. So wouldn't it stand to reason that they would build a web in an area where a smell that would attract flies would happen? So maybe that's it. Maybe spiders like the smell of poop because instinctively it encourages them to make homes near it. And that'd be why, like, they'd really thrive in barns, for example, because, you know, the animals are pooping all over the place. It would just make sense. But that's just a guess. I have nothing, no data to back that up at all. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. It actually makes sense, though. Yeah, it's just like an educated guess. Do they even have a sense of smell? Yes, they do. They have an exceptionally sensitive sense of smell. Like super, super smell. A lot of insects do because they need to be able to detect mates, and usually they do that through smell. So their world is much more vast than ours because they're teeny tiny. So a table is an enormous double football pitch to them. So like when you're dealing with those distances, the chances of you coming across someone who is your species to mate with is very, very small. So they use sense of smell to guide them. So when you see moths, some moths have big bushy antennae and some don't. Have you ever noticed that? Some of them have those big fronds that look kind of like a fern coming out of their head. Those are the male moths. So like the fronds are not a species thing. They're a male versus female thing. And they use those antennae that are really bushy to smell out females, to find a stank. They do a sniffer. And so, like many, many insects heavily, heavily rely on smell. Ants communicate with pheromones. And like, if it works anything like us, like we communicate through pheromones too, but we sniff those pheromones. That's how we process them. So like smell is a huge part of the bug world. They really, really need it. And the world must be calamitous with that sense of smell when you're that tiny, when a piece of shit is essentially a mountain compared to you. Being able to smell that well must be a blessing and a curse. Hey, go ahead and run the dono, Taunt.
Correction, I wish someone imported for me a wooden castle.
I mean, wooden castles would be much more enjoyable to live in than stone castles. A lot of stone castles are actually abandoned because they were horrific to live in, because living in a giant slab of stone, essentially, it acts like a big refrigerator, big drafty, nasty refrigerator. It's very cold, very unpleasant to live in. And so, yeah, even though they were posh and imposing and beautiful, not very fun to actually live in. Because, like, I always used to think that whenever I used to look at abandoned castles that were falling to ruin, I'd be like, who the fuck would just leave this behind? Especially in the medieval times. I mean, it's modern times, and if there was just a random ass castle, I wouldn't be like, nah, I don't want it anymore. Guess it'll just fall apart. Bye. Like, I wouldn't do that now. Why were people doing that when these were the most incredible buildings ever to exist? When they could be seen for miles in every direction? Who the fuck would leave them abandoned? What the fuck? But then, yeah. Turns out they're chilly and nasty to live in. Also, they're very expensive to keep repaired and holding up as well. That's another issue. So, like, quite a lot of people would generationally own castles, and then they would fall to ruin when they ran out of money to maintain them. Because once they fell into disrepair, they'd be very uninhabitable, and then nobody knew is moving in. And then the actual owners are kind of just like, I would, but it's expensive. So, like, that would happen often too. Just use nature's glue. I'm not, there are no follow-up questions. I'm sorry. I don't know what nature's glue is. I'm not going to ask. I want no answers. I have no further questions. Today's class is over. Goodbye. Nobody asked what he means by that. Bye, Mert. Have a good one. Shh, Poncho, dude. No, no. No, Peaks! You're a mod! Why are you encouraging him? Of course it's Peaks. You know, we had to develop a rule where you're not allowed to ask people's age because he was baiting people to say their age, and a lot of people would joke or lie that they're like 5 years old, whatever, and we can't tell sarcasm. There's no tone in text, so we just have to, we were obligated to ban people who are under the age of 18. And so, like, we had to change the rules of the server and everything because of him. Of course, he's the one asking further questions. He's living with the banhammer, like, oh, tell me more. He's the troll mother. Yeah. He is a vengeful god. I guess in a way. She knows a lot of random facts. I mean, I feel like all facts are technically random when you think about it. Like, there's a certain percentage of people who were given birth to by the corpse of their mother inside a coffin. Coffin births are a thing. And, like, it's incredibly rare. And it's also incredibly rare for the child to be found alive. But they do happen. They do happen. Holy fucked up fact stream. Now, you don't want a fucked up fact stream. I know too many of those. What in the hell did I stumble into coffin births? Yeah, I mean, people were curious about fucked up facts. Fucked up facts, yay! Okay, how fucked up are we talking here? How fucked up? Out of 10, do you want a 5 out of 10, a 10 out of 10, a 2 out of 10? Do you want to get eased in? Or do you just want to get straight to the hard stuff, no lube? 10. Super dark. Okay, so burning to death is actually quicker and better for you than boiling to death. Because if you boil to death, it takes exponentially longer. Your body can function while boiling for much longer than it can function while burning. So if you're burning to death, you inhale a lot of hot air, which can scald and burn your insides, like your lungs and stuff, which can expedite your death. But you can also die of blood loss. People don't know this, but you can die of blood loss during burning. So there's lots of additional ways that your body can die quicker than the burns alone, right? But boiling preserves a lot of the structures in your body, and it also preserves the nerve endings for longer. So you feel yourself boiling alive for longer than you would feel yourself burning alive. So if you had to choose between the two, and those are your only choices, choose the fire over the water, right? But there is a patron saint of comedy. And the reason why was because I can't remember his name, but he was burned to death, and he was burned to death on a spit. So he was tied to a roasting, like a roasting piece of metal over a fire, like an animal, like you would cook an animal, like it has a turning spit. And they turned him, and they were like cooking him, and he went, as he was screaming, he went, "Turn me over. This side is done." And the people killing him laughed, and he was immortalized for that. So he's the patron saint of comedians. Saint Lawrence, I think. Yeah. That is dark. Yeah, it is pretty dark. Hilarious, though. More facts, more 10 out of 10s. Victorians were avid cannibals who would eat so many human beings. It was ridiculous. So we were taking mummies for unwrapping parties from Egypt, like genuine ancient mummies. We were unwrapping them at parties and then eating them. I'm not joking, you can Google it. eating Egyptian mummies, ancient Egyptian mummies, was genuinely a hobby and a pastime of Victorians. They weren't just stealing Egypt's history, they were literally consuming it. And they didn't just stop at Egyptians and ancient dead either. Coffin tasting was a really common hobby. There were lots and lots of booklets that were written in journals by people who would break into tombs and then they would find stone coffins and they would chip off the edge, stick a straw into it, and drink the kind of like ichor, the like sludge, the decomposing sludge. And because it has like a lot of preservatives, it would have embalming fluid in it and stuff. It would get you very, very drunk and it would have like unusual taste, like different people would taste different. And so coffin tasting was a pastime of Victorians. Like we went through a really barbaric cannibal stage a very short while ago. Like our great grandparents were wild. Yeah, I've heard about this. I'd advise against it. Me fucking too. I don't even want to be embalmed when I'm dead, let alone have any embalming fluid in me while I'm alive. Why would anyone do that to themselves on purpose? Crazy. But yeah, the idea that we English or European people are more civilized than the rest of the world is bullshit. You only have to glance at our history for like 2 seconds to know we are diabolical and have been always. There has never been a civilized stage of English history. Never. We have always been quite savage. I mean, I have some extra dark facts, but I think I'm going to keep those to myself. I think they're a bit too much for the stream. No. You're like, oh yes, please, yes, please. No, this would haunt you forever. Like this is like, there's like, oh wow, that's really dark, and then there's like long awkward silence inducing bad. I can handle it. Yeah, but you're a very vocal minority, Juice. I don't think everyone on a Thursday night wants to hear this stuff. But I did learn more recently that testosterone is a contraceptive, interestingly enough. So did you know that since 1971, fertility has exponentially declined by about a rate of 1% decline every single year since 1971. But in 2019, that percentage accelerated way, way higher. So since 2019, it's been even more drastic. And so now, since 1971 to today, we are 51% less fertile. Men specifically are 51% less fertile than they were in the 70s, right? And what this has led to is a lot of people don't understand how hormones work, and they think that testosterone is just a superiority drug that just makes you better at everything and really good, right? Because people think it's manly, and they just think men are better. So they're like, oh, testosterone good, right? And this means that a lot of people are taking lots of testosterone supplements to help with their fertility, not knowing that it actually reduces it even more. It reduces your likelihood of conceiving down to 10%. Testosterone is a contraceptive because it reduces your fertility by 80 to 90% to take testosterone. And if you do actually get people pregnant, your baby's very likely to have birth defects if you're taking testosterone. So, like, it's the worst thing you could do about your fertility is take testosterone supplements. And yet that's what people are doing about it. There's an uptick in testosterone supplements for this very reason. No way, that's horrible. Well, it's I feel like if you can't Google something for 2 seconds, you're not ready for child rearing anyway. So, like, you need balanced hormones. Yes, you do. You need the balance that is normal and natural in your body, right? To be healthy and fertile. But the other thing is, it's not a declining testosterone rate that is causing the infertility of males. Okay? We're not declining by 50% because of lower and lower testosterone. That's not the reason. The main reasons that scientists are currently pointing to for it are obesity, diabetes, and chemicals. Chemicals like phthalates and shit, things, microplastics, that sort of stuff. And it's compounding. I recently heard, but I haven't fact checked it yet, but I recently heard someone say that a lot of the decline in fertility happens before you're born. So a lot of fetuses are impacted by the chemicals that their mothers are exposed to whilst they're pregnant. So a lot of these lesser fertile, like low fertility males are born that way. And you can't do very much environmentally yourself to reduce it because it was already done before you were even born. So yeah, like chemicals and diabetes and what was it? Obesity are huge components of why we're becoming progressively less fertile. Also, global warming. As temperatures raise, it creates an inhospitable environment for your balls, for your sperm count. Keeping your balls warm is not good for fertility. Are you British or American? I'm British. Very British. So, like, these are the top reasons why people can't have kids, essentially. But a lot of people don't know this. And a lot of people are taking pills about it that are actually making the situation much worse. Since when are you British, love? What do you mean, since when am I British? Hello? I've always been for the UK. Always. Like, this isn't a recent development. I didn't just decide. Why would you choose to be British? Honestly, why would anyone choose to be British? Are fertility and libido linked, or can I be infertile and still horny as fuck? That would be great. So yeah, you can definitely be infertile and still have a sex drive. Absolutely. Yeah, she sounds like a London girl, to be honest. But the UK is not London. I've never lived in London. Londoners sound very different. Okay, I do not. I rebuke that statement. I do not claim the negative energy. Yeah, they do sound different. They do. You wouldn't wish to be American? Not right now, I wouldn't. No. I feel like now's a pretty rough time to be an American. We don't have concentration camps in the UK yet. Yet? Oh yeah, it could absolutely change. So ICE is operating to some degree in the UK already. And facilities are being built and planning permission is being made for holding facilities for ambiguous reasons, which people are very suspicious are for the same reasons as the US because of the paper trail. So like I do think there is like a minor possibility that we might be the next people to start building concentration camps, depending on who gets in politically in the next few years. Bin face, please. Yeah, I don't think that's what he means by affordable housing, thankfully. Oh, I'd say the US is definitely investing in digital surveillance to an incredibly massive degree. You should look up flock facilities if you want to know more about that. A lot of the data centers being built in residential areas are specifically to expand surveillance on citizens. So definitely surveillance is being expanded in both the US and the UK. And moderation and oppression of your social media, self-expression, freedom of speech, all of those things are happening in the US. Weirdly, a lot of Americans think that we're the ones who are having a lot of that issue, but the US is having it to a very extreme degree. Like, for example, people who travel into the US having to have all of their social media and everything be able to be rummaged through as they're entering and stuff like that. That's completely unprecedented. Wasn't the UK one of the first surveillance states? I don't actually think so. I think that there's a lot of exaggeration about just how bad it is. I do think it's getting worse, but I do think that most of the things that people think are surveillance-y about the UK aren't actually true, and that people just take tabloid newspapers at face value and have like a completely imagined, fictitious, Orwellian kind of idea of the UK. UK CCTV hype was very inflated in the early 2000s. Yeah, I mean, I was recently watching a documentary by a woman who she went and sat on random trains in London, and she did it 8 times in a day to record whether or not she was sexually harassed. And in 4 out of those 8 journeys, she was harassed, and she showed footage of men being really fucking creepy and weird and pushing boundaries and being horrible and threatening to follow her home and all this sort of stuff, right? Really nasty stuff. Um, and she's also interviewed a bunch of women who have tried to press charges for men harassing them on the street, either in the subway even and on the train. So like, there was a guy who ejaculated on a woman while she was on the train. There was a woman who was raped on the train and nobody helped her, things like this, right? And more often than not, when they report it to the police, barely any of them get any conviction. And the main reason why is because even though there is security cameras on the trains, barely any of them are actually operational. So people are really paranoid about being surveilled everywhere and that all of these security cameras are just constantly watching us. And they're really fucking not, because the success rates of pressing charges with sexual crimes on the train is incredibly low. And I would know because I've been through exactly that. Like when I was on the train years ago, a guy reached around the seat between the wall and the seat and scraped and pushed his hand under my ass and grabbed my ass. And I immediately stood up and turned around at him. And I was like, what the fuck? So I immediately went to the ticket person because they were just at the end of the train. And I went, hey, that guy over there, he just grabbed my ass. And like he saw me point to him and he got up, and because we were just stopping, he immediately went out of the door. And she was like, wait there, I've got a number for you. You need to report that to like transport crimes. I've forgotten their name, but there's like specific police, like transport police, right? And so they called me, and then I had to sit there and explain what the guy did in front of everybody. And everyone on the train had gotten really quiet and was really listening in on the call. It felt really awkward and horrible. And they were like, at the next stop that you're getting off, a policeman will meet you and take your leggings because he may have left DNA on your leggings, and we can use that as evidence in court because there's CCTV and you've got a really good description of his clothing and the way that he looks. We're very confident we'll be able to prosecute this. I was like, great. So then 2 days later, a police officer came to my house directly, sat with me, took my statement, left, and went, don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. And then I called in, I was like, hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. Do you have any progress? And they're like, yeah, we checked the CCTV and unfortunately it was not operational at the time, so we will not be able to pursue this further. I was like, they never told me that. They just dropped it silently and hoped I wouldn't notice. And like, that was it. That was absolutely it. And then I never heard from them. And another time, a guy broke into my house and I had to fight to kick him out of my kitchen. That was many years after. And in that situation, they came over. They said, "Don't touch anything. We'll dust for prints and things like this and gather evidence." They came over, made me a cup of tea, said it was probably some homeless guy, and left. And then for the subsequent few days, I went to all of the other people in my flat because it was a big flat building. And they're like, "Oh, yeah, that guy, he's been lodging for ages. He comes and sits in the back garden and just looks through the window." And I was like, "What, through my windows?" And they were like, "Yeah, we didn't know it was your windows, but he sits in the garden and he just sits there staring in at night." I was like, "Oh my God, that's so fucking creepy." And like other lower floor people had him shine a light into their apartment through the window, like a torch. And they came out and were like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he'd run away. And then like people in the higher up floors were like, "Yeah, we heard you making a kerfuffle and we saw you kick him out of your back door." And like he was so weird because I fought with him and I kicked him out the door and then closed the door in his face and he just stood there with a straight face just staring through the window of my back door. And then when I went to call the police, I came back and he'd tipped out my bin and arranged all of my used period pads in a line in front of my back door before he'd left, which is really fucking weird, right? And they did nothing about that either. I kept ringing them. They gave me a crime number and I kept ringing it to go, "I've got further evidence. I've got witnesses. I've got people who can describe him," all this sort of stuff. And they never picked up and they never answered to me a single time ever again. I spent hours on hold waiting for someone to pick up and I'd run out of credit on my phone. And then I'd keep calling in, emailing in, and I would never get a reply. They never did a fucking thing. I moved because I was just like constantly laying awake at night wondering if he was going to try and break in again. So like, I feel like the police are fucking useless. Fucking useless. And I have so many stories like this. There was a woman in the car park behind my house, and I'm pretty sure she was being sexually attacked. Like I found her in a bush. And there was a man standing between me and her, just looming over her, just standing there. And she was on the floor and her clothes were ripped and she was just laying there. And as I came through the bush and I shone a light on them both. And they both kind of freeze framed and didn't move. And the guy did not turn around or face me. And I was like, "Hello, do you know her? What's going on here? Do you need help?" And then he just bolted. He just ran away in the opposite direction. So I helped her up and we sat and talked for a while in the car park and I called the police and they said they'd be there. And we waited in the car park for an hour and they didn't come. So like I said, "Do you want to come to my house while you wait?" And she was like, "No, I'm just going to go home." So I walked her home. In the middle of the night because the police never came. And I've got so many examples of that. That car park was so dodgy. I've had a few instances in that car park where the police would say, "Yeah, we're coming," and would just have us wait for hours and hours and hours and do nothing. So yeah, this idea that we're hyper surveilled and that they're, on their toes and they know everything you're doing and they prosecute everything is bollocks. Absolute bollocks. They don't do shit. And most of these fucking security cameras are fake. They don't work. Or if they do work, they're just ignoring the evidence and using it as an excuse not to prosecute anything. I don't know which it is. So yeah, like it's embarrassing, but people think we live in a surveillance state and like we have barely any police officers. Like police officers are incredibly stretched thin and utterly useless. They don't have the money or anything to actually prosecute or pursue anything. It's crazy. But yeah, the documentary I mentioned in the beginning about trains, the reason I bring it up is, interestingly enough, the history of that is fascinating because for the past couple of 100 years, hat pins came into fashion and hat pins were really, really long. Like they were longer than this pencil, like longer than my face, right? Hat pins were very, very long and you used them to pin through your hair and through the hat to keep the hat secured to your head. That was what they were for, right? So you would use a hat pin just for that, and they were usually pointed and sharp because they had to go through the material of your hat and through your hair. And people were using them in self-defense. Women were taking them out of their hat and stabbing men in the leg or in the fucking crotch and things like this, and being like, "Get back!" Because people were harassing them. Men harassing women on the trains is a quintessential British activity that has just been going on for way too long. So that was their solution, was hat pins. And hat pins that were excessively long came into fashion as men got more and more inappropriate on the trains. So you were getting these fucking swords. And women were wearing big hats and going, "What can I do? I just need a very, very big hat pin." And so the solution was not to crack down on men assaulting women. It was to crack down on the hat pins, right? And funnily enough, there were posters demonizing women, which were showing men groping them or men harassing them and women like doing this and just being like, buck up. That's it. Right? And they were showing these posters as if the women were in the wrong, not the men. And I feel like the women were underreacting, quite honestly. Right? The fact that they had something sharp in their hands and these men still had all of their appendages, I feel like it was a very civilized response. But yeah, the hat pins were banned, but not the behavior. So the behavior is continued, but women's ability to protect themselves from it has been heavily enforced. Bring back hat pins. And now pepper spray is illegal in the UK, yes? It's been illegal in the UK forever. In my living memory, I've never known a time where pepper spray was legal. But you can have alternatives. So there is a kind of spray in the UK that you can use. It doesn't like do anything irritating to your face, but it has a special dye that soaks into your skin. And the infrared, it has like a infrared reflective component to the dye. So even if he goes home and washes it off of himself, if a police officer detains him and uses like a black light or whatever, it will still reflect and you'll still see that they got sprayed, and it completely ruins clothing. And it leaves an attacker covered in bright red paints. They're very identifiable. Like, and usually because they've been covered in this stuff, they get panicked and they leave, right? Because they're not expecting to be covered in a substance and they have no clue what it is. So quite often they're quite shocked if they're wearing glasses. And sometimes even if it just gets in their eyes, it's still quite like you can't see anything for a second because it's like paint, right? So it does help you in terms of getting away, but it also helps with like identifying the attacker. So like there is an alternative that some people do have, and I had it for years, just rattling around in my backpack whenever I left the house. And it does look like pepper spray. So it's still imposing. But also, like, women are getting things like there's nail polish that you can dip in your drink and it will change color if there's anything in the drink that, you know, it detects drugs. It reacts to date rape drugs. But I've never seen a woman wearing it or using it. I've never seen it advertised anywhere. I've never been able to get a hold of it. And not only that, but like when you're on a night out and you're a bit clumsy and drunk and you're touching things and you're holding things, like you're touching chairs that a lot of people have sat on. You're holding railings on stairs that a lot of people have touched and things like this. Your hand's not very sanitary. I don't think I'd be in a position where I would want to be dipping my finger in a drink at like a nightclub or whatever anyway, because I wouldn't feel like my fingers were clean enough for that. And also, what happens, like, you have to really clean it off of your finger between dippings. Otherwise, you might not get the result the second time you dip because it's coated in the first drink, for example. So what do? Use each finger? What if you have more than 10 drinks? So I know these things exist, but they're not exactly very practical. And then there's the anti-rape sleeve that you can have that has teeth on the inside, and it was invented to help African women, I believe. I think that was where it was initially founded and created. And basically, it's a little thing that you can insert inside yourself, and if anyone tries to put an appendage inside you, it has loads of teeth, and it immediately connects with you, and it's barbed, and the barbs go in the opposite direction, so it's very difficult to remove. And it's incredibly painful, and people have to go to the hospital to have it removed. And basically all that happened was that it was immediately banned. Because it was considered too cruel. Why are they banning these things? I know, right? And women are several times more likely to go to prison for defending themselves against their attacker than the attacker is for attacking you. Women who have been attacked by their partners or by traffickers. There's a young girl who's spending life in prison because she shot her trafficker and escaped and ran away whilst he was trying to harm her. There's like loads of examples of this. Where in cases of domestic violence, if a woman defends herself, she's more likely to go to prison than the man who has been attacking her. Women are held to a higher degree of accountability when it comes to self-defense. So we have everything taken away from us to protect ourselves, and then we're several times more likely to go to prison if we try. Do you plan on getting cosmetic surgery? Not at the moment, no, but I do think at some point in my life I'll probably get a breast reduction. I think a lot of people in my family have done, because they get very, very large breasts. My mom's side of the family, there's a lot of breast reductions because as you get older, they just become a pain in the ass and they're just not worth lugging around anymore. And as you're older and like your boobs get longer, that is more and more flesh to carry around. So it tends to be that you just become more and more boob as time goes by. So, yeah, with all of that in mind, I do think at some point I'm just gonna end up just having them taken off so that I can move about and be a little bit more active and less exhausted and just have less chest problems. And they're very insulating as well. And the world is getting warmer, so they're just gonna be a hellish, insulating pair of heavy lumps of fat that just get in the way and attract predators. So I feel like I'll be quite happy when they're gone, to be honest with you. I just haven't decided what cup size and I haven't decided when. Because right now, my policy is, while they're pointing forward, I think I'm just going to leave them there. Like, me and my boobs are good while we're pointing forward. But once they start to point down, I'll probably go and get them sorted. But like, it's purely for medical reasons rather than aesthetics, to be honest with you. Can you raise one eyebrow at the time? Yeah, I can raise this one really easily. Like, this one often comes up even when I don't mean it to. When I doubt people, I'm like, right? It's my little tell, unfortunately. But the other one's a little bit harder. I have to push this one down to convince this one to go up. Oh, it's hard. The drug testing nail polish is currently being held up for approval by the FDA. That would be my guess as to why you can't find it available for purchase anywhere. I have the link to the source. What the fuck? Why is everything that women try to do to protect themselves always held up by the law? But I feel like the most surprising thing I've learned today is that testosterone is a contraceptive and like that it makes you less fertile. But do you know why it's not used as a contraceptive specifically, even though it makes you mostly infertile? It's because of the low success rate. So like because your hormones fluctuate for a variety of reasons, adding testosterone pills, for example, will decline your fertility exponentially, but other factors will still cause like minor ups and downs, which means that its failure rate as a contraceptive is 10%, which is very, very high. Most contraceptives are like 1% or 2% failure. 10% is very, very high failure rate for a contraceptive, right? And it comes with an excessive amount of what are they called? Bitch. Side effects. So you fuck cats. When you when you take testosterone, you get like acne all over your body and like loads of really horrendous side effects from too much testosterone. It's not good. Like it's not the higher the better with testosterone, unfortunately. So a lot of people are taking testosterone and it is making them less fertile, but you can't use it as a contraceptive, sadly. Can we please never tell this back to the manosphere gym bros? I feel like them being less fertile is a service to the rest of society. Well, I would, but like it's kind of unethical because when they do conceive, taking testosterone increases birth defects. So there'd be a lot of innocent victims involved if we took that route, sadly. But also, a lot of the manosphere gym bros heavily romanticize going to war. So their government's going to kill them one way or another. Like, they're not going to survive to the next generation because they're going to go into the military. Like, it's always that crowd who are like, we used to go to war, and now look at us. And they'll show a picture of, like, a guy in a dress. And they'll be like, what have we become? And it's like, what, you want to go to war instead of wear a dress? Be my guest. The government would love that, sweetheart. If you think that's what being a real man is, go ahead. But what that essentially means is that you are going to be removed from the gene pool. I don't care if men wear dresses. You can wear whatever the fuck you like. But I do find it weird when people are more offended by, like, they're like, oh, what are you doing wearing that dress? You should be out killing people for billionaires and oil. That's what being a man's about. Like, how are we finding dresses more outrageous than murder? I've never understood that trope, but I see it so often. I would wear a dress to war. Funnily enough, a lot of people in the World War II were wearing dresses to war. There's a really famous black and white photo of World War II soldiers who were rushing off to load some sort of weaponry in an emergency. And they were all wearing dresses because they had a drag night. They had some sort of drag night where they were all dressing up as girls, and they got interrupted in the middle of it. It's like a really famous photo. So I guess you could do both if you like. They wore dresses in Africa because they were cooler against the heat. I think men were predominantly wearing dresses at certain points in history as well, more than women. High heels were invented for men and by men as well. I don't think like they were always considered inherently feminine. It's just like what clothes mean to us changes over time because it's all imaginary and doesn't mean jack shit. So like, I know men that fit like the masculine stereotype in so many ways. Like, they're really great at martial arts and they're very physically strong and they are like defenders of their families and all this sort of stuff. And they look very masculine, but also paint their nails and like to wear dresses and like, you know, have both ears pierced and things like this. And, you know, like to wear eyeliner and stuff. I feel like it doesn't really change anything about a person, no matter where you fit on the spectrum. I feel like it's really weird when people get stressed out and like, no, you have to fit my idea of a person, because it doesn't really, it just kind of feels like a waste of energy. Also, pink was considered a masculine color in the Middle Ages. Yeah, which just says to me that all gender-based stuff is just kind of imaginary. It's all bullshit. Just do what you like. How are your caterpillars doing? They're doing okay. I do need to feed them. After this stream, I'm immediately running out to give them more leaves because they are looking for more leaves. They are so hungry right now. And I will be cleaning them because they produce so much poop, and you can't even tell they have a butthole. It's like it just kind of, it almost looks like, you know, in the back rooms when you put your hand through the wall and it just no clips through the wall. I swear their poop just no clips out of their end because there's no opening or reason, right? It doesn't look like there's anywhere for the poop to come out of. Even when it's coming out of them, you're like, how is that happening? Yeah, and it's like these perfectly round pellets with like a cutoff in each side, and they look so uniform. They look manufactured. They're so uniform. What animal? Oh, this is caterpillars. These are cinnabar moth caterpillars. Does the poop have to be emptied from time to time? Yes, I do clean out my caterpillars. What I do is I pick up all these strands, these waste strands that don't have any leaf in. You can see they've eaten loads of leaves and they've left like the little strand in the middle. So they cling to those. And so I just pick them all out that way and I transfer them to a new enclosure that is filled with dirt at the bottom. And then I pile a bunch of leaves in. And then I tip out this and clean it out. And then when that is full of poop, I just transition them to the other side again. You should never pick up a caterpillar with your fingers. You should never do this with a caterpillar because they're so gentle. Like their skin is so soft and they are so smushy that you will do them organ damage just by holding them, no matter how lightly you hold them. So it's best to just let them walk on something and then move them because they're just so delicate. I get anxiety about it because obviously I have Tourette's and I have a lot of uncontrollable movements, but oddly, a lot of people with Tourette's ubiquitously tend not to tick very much around animals. I don't know if you've heard about that. Hey, Rain, thank you so fucking much. I hope you're good, sweetheart. I appreciate the gifties. And like, yeah, I don't tick as much around animals, which means that I usually am very safe around bugs, but I still get stressed about it. I still worry about it. Which is weird because in other situations, like I'm several times more likely to, have an involuntary tick while holding a knife, for example, but not around an animal. Thank fuck. Because animals are great when you have Tourette's, especially if you're being ostracized or having social difficulty because of your Tourette's, because they don't mind if you call them a cunt. They have no idea what a slut is, you know? I shouted, I touched baby dick earlier. None of my animals were phased. None of them. And so, like, it's really good that I tick less around animals than people because it means that I get to, like, really enjoy being around them. They give me a break from my condition. Do you have names for the caterpillars? No. I mean, for me personally, typically, usually, I don't name animals that don't know or care about their name. So, like, because cockroaches don't seem to have a name for each other, I don't have a name for them either. They are just the cockroaches. They are just the seething mass of friends. Like Pete knows his name, so and it's useful for us when we engage with each other. It's good that he knows his name. So, like, he has a name. I generally just do things for animals, not for myself, when it comes to interacting with animals. So I'm doing what's best for them, and if it's good for them to have a name, they'll get one. Your Discord server back in like 2019 kickstarted a journey I never expected and changed me forever. Made amazing friends. Just wanted to say thank you. Seeing you brings me nostalgia. That's amazing, Rafa. I'm so happy. Like, I still do stuff on my Discord because of this. Like, I love that it's created a social space where people have fallen in love, people have gotten married, people have gone to TwitchCon together and, stayed at TwitchCon in Airbnbs together. And, I love that you guys are such a close-knit community and you're all friends. You're amazing. The Discord is an awesome place. Yeah, we cook together. We play games together. We're actually holding a Marvel Rivals night tomorrow where we're all going to play Marvel Rivals together. So if you're going to join, now would be a good time. Just make sure you follow the rules. Otherwise, all the channels will be locked. Like, you have to read the rules and follow them. There's like a little mechanism. If you don't do that, you're going to be very confused by the Discord server. But do hop in. The sub only channels, if you're subbed to my Twitch, there are channels that unlocks, like the Discord knows whether or not you're a sub on YouTube or Twitch, and there are more channels accessible. But there are free channels that are completely accessible for you to use. So don't think that you have to be a sub to join the Discord. Just know that there's even crazier stuff going on there than what you can see for free. Oh, it's okay. I did mention that you can sub on YouTube too. My mods are poking. I think they misheard me. You can You can sub on YouTube and it will still count on Discord, by the way. Clitoris, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. See, now, Clitoris would be a good time to fuck, to go unfuck, to fuck nuggets, to go on Discord and fuck and see what, you know, being a sub will get you on my Discord, if you're curious. Fuck nuggets. Good night, Mert. Bye. Have a good one. I've recently come to the realization that life is beautiful, and I hope every single one of you realize that too. I love that. I think that every day. I genuinely do. God, my caterpillars are so fucking stressed. They're so hungry. They've eaten so much. Like, I am tempted. Would you guys give me like 5 minutes? And I will be right back. I feel like I really, really need to get them more food, or they'll start eating each other. It's really important. The animals are far more important than us. I do have a be right back screen. That is a cup that I threw against the wall. That's kind of like a meme. Just so you know, that is a cup. It's a cup with a lid. It is a cup with a lid. Please don't at me about this. I'll be there in like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Thank you for hanging. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, it's so hot. Can you see how shiny I am? Because of the heat. Oh, gotta be careful not to hurt them. I'm just gonna dump it in. Like this. Gently close it. Oh, you gotta be careful. I'm gonna smush your head. Here we go. You were fine, luckily. There we go. And now they have lots of food. Ah. But yeah, I'm so shiny. I might try the blotting technique. Should we see if it works? So if you're a very oily bitch, but you don't do makeup, this could be really helpful. If you split down the middle a piece of paper, like usually tissue paper works the best for this. It creates this really thin layer that's very transparent because it has lots of holes. And those holes lift oil. So you just pat like this. And it takes the shine away. Hopefully. And if that doesn't work, well, fuck. But these, like, people buy blotting papers that are worth so much money, disposable blotting papers, when this is exactly the same thing, essentially. We'll see if it works. Because it's not sweat, it's just skin oils. And I'm kind of lucky that I'm an oily bitch, because it'll mean that I look much younger as I grow older. Like, because your skin is naturally fucked with jizz. It's piss on toast. It's piss. It's piss. It's like generally piss. It's generally like more hydrated than like normal. Dick end. It's more hydrated than dry skin. So you look younger for longer, especially because you get oily overnight. You oily bitches will know what I mean by this. Us oily bitches, we get super shiny when we sleep. We wake up just like so reflectively shiny. I'm an oily motherfucker, and that's a huge hack. Yeah, because washing your face won't do anything. Water's not really going to remove skin oils. So you can rinse your face and splash water on your face, and it's not going to do as much as this, right? So I've got a little bit of highlighter on, which will make my nose look shiny at the end, no matter what I do, because it's kind of like painted on shine. It's intentional shine. But like in the places where I don't want to be shiny, I feel like this is really helping. I mean, my forehead is very, very like smooth. It doesn't have a lot of wrinkles in it. So it's always going to look kind of shiny anyway. But I feel like that's making it look slightly less oily, right? Why not wash with soap? Because that will dry your skin out, and your reaction, when you're oily, if you dry your skin out with soap, your body's reaction will be to produce more oil. So like the sulfates in shampoo, when you scrub your scalp with those and rinse it out, it dries your scalp out, and your scalp's reaction is to become more oily. So you will have to wash your hair way more frequently if you use sudsy soaps in your hair, like sulfate soaps. So like, because your skin's reaction to being dried out like that is to be doubly oily. So it actually exacerbates the problem. What about soap without sulfates? So you can definitely wash oil off with like face cleanser. Like what you're looking for is that there is cleanser. You should be using facial cleansers if you want to remove oil from your face, but it's not realistic to do that 2 or 3 times a day throughout the day. You're not going to take like a little bit of cleanser with you in a bottle and then just nip off to the bathroom every couple of hours at work. So having a blotting paper like this can help. But also I lost mine. I need to buy another one because it was really helpful. But like I literally had a little tube, and it had a clay ball at the end. And the clay ball is really porous and it soaks up oil. And you could just roll it on your forehead and it would take all of the oil off, as if you'd cleansed. So you could do that to like remove the oil on the go when you'd gotten a bit shiny throughout the day, and it worked perfectly, and it didn't lift any makeup or anything. So my makeup stayed on, but it sucked up the oil. And you can buy them for about 2 or 3 quid on like Amazon or whatever, and they will just last and last and last for a lifetime, because you can just pop the clay ball out like once a week and just wash it in water and let it soak for a couple of minutes and then dry it and then pop it back in. And that's all you have to do. And it's just, you can be oil free throughout the day. It takes 2 seconds to just quickly go roll on your T-zone. Your T-zone is this area and this area. That tends to be where people get the oiliest. So you can just like roll yourself up on those bits and be fine. Yeah, so it's like lifetime supply reusable. Why does our skin get oily? To protect it and to make it like a good barrier that works well and keeps the cells alive for longer. So when your skin gets dry, it flakes off, it dies. So it just keeps your skin hydrated and keeps the cells, the little skin cells, soft and hydrated for longer, which means they last longer. So your skin is less dull and less full of dry skin and is less flaky. But it's just a function of your skin. It's supposed to be oily. It's part of its protective barrier. It also has a certain pH level that kills bacteria. I didn't know that. That's so cool. We're so well designed. So why don't we want it then? Because a lot of people are very, very fucking stupid, and they'll literally come into my stream and they'll go, "You look sweaty. Have you been exercising? Why are you so sweaty? Maybe you should have a wash." Like, they have no idea that there's a difference between oil and sweat. So people just don't like to look at oiliness. And it looks very wet and sweaty, and people just genuinely think that you are just like try-harding throughout life. Like, that you're just putting a lot of effort and exertion into everything you're doing. So aesthetics, I guess. You could do a good job at skincare, you're glowing. No matter what I do, I get zits occasionally. I feel like you're supposed to, and the occasional little bump and spot is normal because it could be caused by hormone fluctuations. To be honest with you, I've always been complimented on my skin and how clear it is, but I've not always been very good with taking care of it. So, like, I would often sleep in my makeup and, you know, not wash my face enough and stuff like this. I was really, really lazy for a few years, and it had absolutely no impact on my skin whatsoever. My skin was fine. So I guess I've just gotten very lucky. I don't know. I feel like 99% of your skincare is your diet. A lot of people who get lots of spots or lots of eczema or lots of itching and flaking don't know that they're dairy intolerant, for example. Like, a lot of people don't know that they're intolerant to dairy because you're not told that dairy intolerance can manifest as acne. And so there are some people who've had chronic acne their whole lives, and no creams or anything have really been a good help. And then they quit dairy, and all of a sudden, for the first time in their life, they've had clear skin and things like this. Also, there's a kind of dandruff that you can get called seborrheic dermatitis. And if you ever get flakes in your eyebrows, if you ever get like skin flakes in your eyebrows, like eyebrow dandruff, and if you ever get dry skin just in the C shape here on the side of your nose, if you get that and dandruff in your eyebrows, you might have seborrheic dermatitis. And if you get a like a shampoo for dandruff, like an anti-dandruff shampoo, some people go for Head and Shoulders. I get one that has ketoconazole because that's the medication that gets rid of it, right? So it's a medicated shampoo. You can just get it at your local Boots or drugstore. Anything with ketoconazole will do it. And I wash my face with that, and I wash my hair with that, and I don't get dandruff anymore, and I don't get skin flakes and dry skin because I had oily skin and dandruff in my eyebrows. I had oily skin, and I constantly had flakes on my nose that I thought were dandruff. What I thought was dry skin. I didn't realize it was dandruff, and I didn't realize that it's like actually not dry skin. It's actually kind of gross. So seborrheic dermatitis causes you to have itchy scalp, and it infects anywhere on your skin, right? It can be behind your ears, all sorts of places, and it builds up excessive oil. You overproduce oil, and that oil hardens and becomes flakes that peel off of you. So, like, that's what it is. It's like oil, excess oil. So there's some people who are like, I'm really confused. I have oily skin, but I get dry, flaky skin at the same time. I don't know what my skin is doing. It's like, no, this is seborrheic dermatitis. And it's really, really common. And it can cause hair loss. So if you have dandruff for years and years untreated, it can thin your hair and make your hair start to fall out. A lot of people don't know that either. So if you have seborrheic dermatitis, you should figure that out as soon as possible because you may end up suffering with hair loss as you age that you didn't need to go through. You're a random fact machine. If I find out something fucking helpful, I want to pass it on. I genuinely do. I want other people to know immediately. The music video for this song is kind of weird. Oh, it's kind of wild. Yeah, I really like it, to be honest with you. I love the music video for this song. It's an absolute work of art. Can we get another useless random fact? What do you mean useless? What do you mean useless? I don't know. There are my top. I feel like some of them, my go-to ones that I really easily remember, I've already told you a million times on stream. Like the last prime minister that was ever eaten was in Liberia in the 1990s. And I think he was the same guy that got into power because he said he ate my ma, he ate my pa, but I'd still vote for him. And that was his campaign slogan. Or he killed my ma, he killed my pa, but I'd still vote for him. And he got in and then he got murdered. I'm pretty sure that was the story. And then they paraded his dead body in the streets and they ate pieces of him. Ravioli, thank you so much. I appreciate the resub. But before that, there was also another prime minister. It's somewhere in Europe, but I always forget where. It's like Austria or something. He was eaten as well. Everyone was so enraged by how terribly he did that they mobbed him. An angry mob dragged him into the street, ripped him apart, and ate him. So, like, it seems really niche and weird that a prime minister or a president would get eaten. But, you know, it's happened more than once. Didn't the Dutch people eat their prime minister? You might be right. That might be the prime minister I'm thinking of. Also, people seem to think that UFOs, everyone's like, why do UFOs only ever land in the US? It has to be a hoax because why do they only ever visit the US? That's incredibly suspicious. It's like, no, you fucking, what? You could have Googled that before saying that. Why do so many people believe that? People have been seeing UFOs specifically, the kind of UFOs that are like this shaped silver craft for thousands of years. Several hundred years ago, one visited Japan and they drew pictures of it, and it landed in the water, and then it floated on top of the water like a ship, and a woman came out of it who was incredibly confused and lost. And it flew away at some point, back up into the sky. There's mass sightings of huge amounts of UFOs that have visited Brazil. There are mass sightings in China as well and have been for many, many decades. And weirdly, 200 years apart, I believe, there was an incident where loads of crosses, metal balls, and metal cigar-shaped craft were in the sky, and they started warring with each other and firing at each other. And many of them crashed, and steam billowed up from where they crashed to the ground. And we know this because, like these depictions were made of it in their local news, and you can still look at them today. I think it's called the Battle over Nuremberg. Is that it? Is it called the Battle over Nuremberg? Yeah, in 1561. And what's weird about that is a couple of hundred years later, it happened again. And it was depicted in exactly the same way and described in exactly the same way, as like these random shaped craft all hovered above the city and started shooting at each other and started shooting lasers of light. And like there's a big giant black arrow, and we don't know whether the big giant black arrow in all of these pictures is a craft or like something that one of them expelled. But yeah, there's a huge arrow above them as well. And people to this day still don't know what it was, but it happened twice. So yeah, depictions of things in the sky that are made of metal have been a really, really long-standing folklore that didn't just happen in America at all, and didn't start in the 1960s with Roswell at all. It's not American folklore. It's global historic folklore. In every culture, in every place in the world, There are sky people. There are people floating around in ships in the sky. There are crash-landed ships. There are beings that have green skin and speak another language and came from another world. Several hundred years ago, the children of Woolpit in the UK is an example of this as well. 2 green children were found in a wolf pit, and they didn't speak the language, they barely ate the food, and they said that they came from a world where everything was green. And it took them ages to learn our language. The little boy died, the little girl survived. So, like, there's loads and loads and loads and loads of folklore. People have been claiming to see things in the sky and have otherworldly visitors for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Some of the oldest examples are Vimanas in India, which were metal flying craft that the gods lived in. And when the gods warred, they described whenever the gods fought that fire would rain from the sky and the earth would burn and the elephants would run on fire. And where the fire burned, people's fingernails would fall out and their hair would fall out and they would get sick and die for many years to come after the fire had burned out. And that sounds incredibly like radiation. And so, like, things akin to radiation sickness, rather suspiciously, have been written about over 1,000 years ago. So yeah, like, whatever folklore this is and whatever the explanation is, no, it did not start in America. No, it does not only happen in America. No. Radiation is naturally formed, it's very true, but usually not from fire raining from the sky. Like, it's very true that you can have natural radiation, but not to the level usually where it causes radiation sickness in prehistory and in, like, not 1,000 years ago. You wouldn't have found something that would give you radiation sickness. So it's very, very odd that they described things that way in their folklore. I wonder if it was a meteor falling into a uranium pit or something. Maybe. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I do think, though, that in that particular, if you look at I think it's like the Mahatra Baraha or something, I'm probably butchering that name, but like if you want to read about the Vimanas and everything, it just seems odd that they would specifically correlate it with metal craft in the sky if it had been a falling meteor, because people of the past were capable of describing meteors. And they were so aware of what meteors were that they were literally purposefully seeking them out. So there is this is a complete fact, right? In ancient Egypt, thousands of years ago, we found a sword that someone was buried with that was made of steel. And the reason why that's really stuck out is because steel hadn't been invented yet. It didn't exist. And the reason it existed was because it was made from a meteorite. And the sword in its documentation was called the Star Sword, or like Fallen Star Sword. What was it called? It was like, whatever its name was, it's very obvious they knew that it came from the sky. Meteor sword, ancient Egypt. It was a dagger. My bad, it was a dagger. It just looked like a sword in the picture. So Tutankhamun's tomb, 1925. And it's iron, not steel. It was iron. It was made from meteoric iron. And what was it called? Because, like, I'm pretty sure it was by the name that they knew that the Egyptians knew it was from the sky. Okay, it takes too much reading to find it, but the people who discovered it are generally sure that they knew what it was. So I kind of feel like ancient people and people from a few hundred years ago knew what falling stars were, knew that they were made of a material, knew that those materials crashed to the ground, and didn't generally usually describe them as like warships in the sky fighting with each other. So whatever phenomenon it is, even if you're skeptical that it's aliens, and I think that's perfectly reasonable, I don't think you have to believe in aliens to be curious about it. I still think that just writing it off as a meteor and being a misinterpreted meteor is kind of delusional. In the same way that when people say they've seen strange things in the sky and people go, oh, it's probably swamp gas, it's probably light reflecting off swamp gas. I think you're really reaching there. I don't think all skepticism is healthy skepticism. I think sometimes skepticism can be just as delusional as people who believe that they're in contact with aliens. I think both sides can be very delusional. People who are hyper skeptical are confabulating and making shit up just as often as people who, I don't know, think that there are yetis and fairies. I think that not filling the gaps and just going, oh, we don't know what that is, that's fascinating. I wonder if we'll ever find out what it is like the healthier form of skepticism. And I don't think that's skeptical at all. I think having an open mind and going, okay, we've documented something for thousands of years and always described it the same way is really interesting. I wonder what that is. You don't have to jump to any conclusions, but confabulating, making bullshit up that is not a defined and certain explanation is delusional. And it does look desperate. It doesn't look logical. A lot of people do it to look logical, but they're just making shit up. The fact is, we don't know. Like, when people make guesses, like for the battle over Nuremberg, people say, what if it was a sundog? I don't know if you know what a sundog is, but it's a phenomenon where ice particles in the sky cause a reflection and they cause two circular rainbows and a small kind of like lens flare like phenomenon, but you're not looking through a lens. Like you see it with your bare naked eye, right? What's a sundog? Yeah, it looks cool as fuck. Yeah, Google sundog. I can get it up. Sundog. So some people think that the battle over Nuremberg is a sundog. And if I get this image up, I think this is fine to show on screen. But yeah, I think we're good. So this is a sundog. Can you see that okay, chat? Like this is a sundog. It's beautiful. Yeah. Okay, so it's just a natural phenomenon. And people use that and they're like, I'm skeptical. I think that the battle over Nuremberg was just ancient people not understanding what a sundog is. And then if I show you the battle over Nuremberg, this is all the depictions of the battle over Nuremberg. So let's go back. These are the pictures of the battle over Nuremberg. So, while I'm sure there is some sort of logical explanation that we'll know someday, I think that sometimes people try to look reasonable and they're just making shit up. They're just coming up with their favorite story and they think their favorite story is more sensible. Yeah, I feel like people even back then had a suspicion that sundogs were just light from the sun. Yeah, but depending on when you go back in time, like one of the stupidest reasons to get executed, but like Christians were burning people who explained why rainbows existed. So like Christians were like, you're not allowed to make science books. Rainbows come from God. They're a sign from God. And if you say anything else, we will burn you. And they did. They burned scientists and books, which described how light prisms work and stuff like that. So I think that some of that knowledge was heavily repressed and people didn't talk about it for certain stages of history, unfortunately. How dare you explain rainbows? Yeah, we've lived in some funny times where people have been punished for some weird ass shit. Genuinely. Like, the things that used to be unacceptable in the past were just outright strange. Like, there was there was a time in history where cross-dressing, wearing attire that is assigned to the opposite sex, was a prisonable offense, and your whole life could be ruined if you were caught cross-dressing. So a woman could not wear trousers, for example, and that was considered absolutely fucking outrageous. And men could not wear dresses and things like that. Which is a really strange thing to give a fuck about, if I'm quite honest with you. And, like, at this time, I think that was at the same time, strangely, I think they made a special allowance for, theater, because women weren't allowed to appear in the theater, they weren't allowed to act, so men had to play both they had to play both the male and the females in acting on stage, and so men were being forced by similar laws, like, at the same time, to wear dresses at the same time as it being illegal. Speaking on what you've learned, how's singing for you? I just got into wet leg music and it really reminds me of you. Any chance of a karaoke stream? Thank you so much for asking and for having faith in me and for the tip, but I don't sing. I'm not very confident singer, unfortunately. I'm good at pitch. I can understand how things sound, and I'm very good at whistling, just not a very confident singer. Used to sing all the time, but then I got scared out of it as a kid. And you know, it's one of those things where you have to get you have. It's not like riding a bike. You do have to train your muscles to sing properly. I think you could sing well. Juice. Then you definitely need to get your hearing checked, sweetheart. But thank you. A lot of people with Tourette's are very good at whistling. Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it? What are you all eating for dinner? I'm having burgers. Bitch. I'm having bitch burgers. I'm having impossible. Are they impossible or incredible burgers? Which are the ones they sell at the co-op? Co-op burgers. They are the no, not those ones. No, not those ones. I forgot what they're called. Incredible burgers. Yeah, they're called incredible burgers. And they're really, really good, but they're cheap. So Impossible Burgers are like really, really expensive, but Incredible Burgers are quite cheap by comparison, and they're frozen as well. I like that because they last longer, but they're so fucking good. Yeah, they have good free frozen vegan burgers. I fucking love them. They're too good. Can you please teach me how to whistle? Oh yeah, sure, Albert. So what you do, fuck off, is you basically, your tongue is where the whistle comes from, not your voice box. That's what creates all the sound, is your tongue. So every mouth is different. So the tongue positioning to make a sound is gonna be different from person to person. So like for me, my tongue, if this is my tongue inside my mouth, it's resting on the bottom of my mouth. It does this, it makes like a little bowl, and then the tip of my tongue comes up. So I make a little bowl, like as if you were trying to like cradle a cherry on your tongue. I make a little cup. And then if I want the pitch to be higher, I raise the tip of my tongue higher and higher. So when you're learning how to make your first sound as a whistler, right? Position your tongue flat against the bottom of your mouth in a cup, and then blow, go, right? And just change your tongue's movement. Make it closer to the wall or lower, away from the top of your mouth, and just move it around until a sound happens. Just blow and move your tongue around and reposition it until you get a sound. And that'll be your first sound. And then from there, hold that tongue positioning and just move it up or down for pitch. So go. So if I go, yeah, and the back of my tongue is really high. The back of my tongue is really high. It's in a cup shape, but the back of my tongue is really, really high in the back of my mouth. It just sounds like wind if I do it, then keep moving your tongue until you find the position where blowing out makes a sound. Let's go, holy shit. There you go, you can whistle. I'm so proud of you, bitch. Hey, Influx, thank you. I found the most important thing is training your ear, even if you're not terribly strong. If you hit the notes, you're already most of the way there. I feel like there's loads of tutorials now and things from professional singers who give whole manuals and teach people how. It's really cool. Now's the best time in the world to learn a new skill, honestly. Well, I know how to whistle, but I never knew it was my tongue. I feel it going up and down, making bird calls. Wicked. Yeah, maybe, like, sometimes you just don't really realize what you're doing until someone makes light of it. What? Baby dick. How high-pitched can you get with whistling? I don't know, not very high. I think, like, that might be the highest. Yeah, I think that might be high. It's really hard to get that high as well. Pete does not like it. Oh, he thumped. He doesn't like it when I whistle really high. Ah. All the dogs are going crazy in the neighborhood. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of people, whenever I whistle, a lot of people say, my bird responded to that, my dog responded to that. And I'm really surprised they respond positively because Pete fucking hates my whistling. What are your thoughts on the Dyatlov Pass incident? I reckon military weapons testing. Because that would be my only reasoning for why their remains would be radioactive. But yeah, the Dyatlov Pass incident is really, really fucking strange. And it's so sad that they all died and that it will forever be a mystery. So many people know what happened to them, but nobody knows why it happened or how it happened. I feel like it's one of the world's greatest mysteries. I'm kind of scared that maybe a time traveler will go back to try and figure out what it was and that their technology will fuck them up and that they will just create a closed loop. Their eyes were missing probably because of animal predation. Yeah, I feel like that seems reasonable, but why would those animals only eat their eyes and not the rest of them? That nothing about the rest of them was generally picked at, just their eyes, which is very, very highly unusual, I think, for predation. And then on top of that, like the ways that they like many of them clawed their way out of their tents in the middle of a blizzard and ran out into the snow. The fact that some of them were found with their clothes off does kind of track with a kind of weird paradoxical symptom of like hypothermia, where you will feel burningly overheated in the last stages of dying from the cold because your body goes through a process which confuses your nerves and makes you think that you're like on fire hot, like really, really hot. So a really common side effect is people will strip naked when they're dying of the cold. So I think the fact that they were found, some of them were found with their clothes off, doesn't really confuse me. Doesn't I don't think that's necessarily a mystery. But the fact that they panicked and ran out of their tents and clawed their way out of their tents in their underwear very suddenly is very confusing. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And the fact that they didn't circle back to their tents either, they ran really far away from their tents and sought shelter under trees and in random places, almost as if they were running from something, is also very strange. I don't know if there's bears up there or something, but they ran from something. They all scattered and panicked. Like, the fact that you need so much, it's terribly, terribly freezing cold. Like, unsurvivably freezing cold, and these people ran out of their tents in their underwear. Very fucking strange. And not fully dressed or not with their shoes on. Some of them were wearing clothes, but they didn't have their shoes on. Some of them stripped after they left the tent. Like, very, very confusing. Apparently in 2020, they're saying it's down to an avalanche. Yeah, how does that explain the radioactive bodies? And if they're in an avalanche, how was there any predation? How did any animal eat their eyes if they were immediately buried in snow? Because if it was insects, the insects would have eaten other parts of their bodies. Like, that's a very confusing explanation. Birds eat eyes, no. Yeah, but if you're buried in an avalanche, how the fuck are they going to get to your body or your eyes? Like, that would be a very confusing thing. But also, these bodies were scattered, and that some of them took refuge under trees and things like this. They didn't seem to all be washed under a massive, singular snow drift. Like, their bodies were poking out at different levels. Like, that, none of that makes sense. From everything that I saw of the photos and everything I've heard about the bodies, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Also, weren't the tents found in situ exactly where they were when they were staying in them? So if they were in an avalanche, why were their tents left where they were? They busted out their tents. Like, if someone said avalanche, you would unzip your tent and run. You would not get a knife out or something and cut your way through the wall. That would take more time. Panic causes irrational behavior. Yeah, it does, but I've never heard of that being something that experienced campers would do if they were told that there was an avalanche. Like, to do something that takes longer to exit your tent and would permanently damage it when you rely on it for survival, like, you would just unzip your tent. Get dressed and get out quickly. I mean, I'm not sure if you'd have time to get dressed. It might explain why some of them were not dressed when they left and why they didn't bother to put their shoes on. So I don't really comfortably feel like an avalanche would explain everything that was weird about that, to be honest with you. UFOs. I feel like that's quite an outlandish explanation. I don't know if UFOs. I do know that some people who lived near the mountains said that there were mysterious lights above the mountains when this happened, but that would indicate military testing. That would be in line with why the bodies were irradiated, and it would also explain why the Russian government put out a statement that is so deplorably bad. Like, that's like when the US said, oh, it's like swamp gas, or it was a weather balloon. Like, having weird, unsatisfactory non-explanations by the government, like, they would have a vested interest if they were military testing. Like, they would have reason to lie. So it tidies up a few mysteries for me. Like, I don't feel like UFOs would tidy up that mystery because I don't know why someone would travel from another planet just to steal a handful of travelers' eyes off the top of a mountain. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm pretty sure it was a weapons test. Yeah, I'm leaning like I don't know, and I guess we won't know, but like I'm leaning weapons test. It doesn't make sense for it to be otherworldly if half of them died from hypothermia and half of them died from blunt force trauma. Why would their death cause be different if it was the government? Well, if some of them were concussed by some sort of weapons test and the rest were spooked by it and ran, that would explain why they died of hypothermia. Like if there was some big terrifying event that caused damage to half of them, but the others escaped, that would make sense. Like if there was some sort of explosion nearby, like that would scare you. That would make you come out of your tent or look at what was happening, you know? And if whatever it was caused like half of them to go deaf or like sustain some sort of injury, like the screams and panic would scare the other half. Why are you so familiar with the Dyatlov Pass? Because I've taken an interest in it. I love a good mystery. Don't you? Seems like you're already most of the way there, even if it's just songs you're confident with. I'd love it if you did a singing stream. You'll be great. Thanks for the suggestion, Influx. I appreciate it. What D&D class would you be? Probably some sort of conjurer, some sort of wizard or something. Because I think it'd be hilarious to be a wizard with Tourette's. I would be a constant hazard. Like, I think my story would be I didn't have Tourette's when I wished to have magical powers. Like, I was a normal human being. I made a wish. I wanted magical powers. I want to be a cool wizard. So I got the magical powers, and then I developed Tourette syndrome. And now I'm trying to find the creature that gave me the powers so they can take them the fuck away. Or take the Tourette's away. Either way, do something, please. I've manifested 27 dildos this morning. I'm running out of places to hide them. That would fit with the wild magic mechanic. People keep saying that I would have wild magic. I was looking for the term. Thank you. Accidentally saying a deadly spell on someone. I would leave an endless trail of just the most diabolical, weird bullshit you've ever seen. Like my newest tick, it seems, it's happened at least 6 times today. I'm kind of scared it will stick, is baby dick. I'm scared. I don't want baby dick as a common tick. Fuck. Can you imagine how bad that would be as a wizard? How many oranges can you eat in one day? I don't know the RDA of oranges. I've never really had to be limited on my orange consumption. Like, I've never eaten more than like 2 or 3 in a day. So, like, I've never had to be like, wait a minute, what's the legal limit? Like, how many of these things could fucking kill me? I mean, one will kill you if you don't chew, but like, realistically, how many is like a lethal dose if you consume them properly? Bitch! Do people actually eat oranges? I only juice them. Yeah, I know people who eat oranges. I know people who eat oranges after a meal for some reason. I don't know if it does something. But they'll literally sit there and peel like a whole ass orange and stuff it in their face. Poncho, dude, thank you so fucking much. I appreciate the sub. More than 100 oranges at once would be poisonous. That's really interesting. I feel like that's quite a low number, to be honest with you. I feel like there are other fruits you could probably bitch. You could probably get away with more than 100. Like, I think bananas, it's like several hundred, ain't it? More than you could reasonably easily consume, more than your belly could fit, so it's not really a danger. According to Google, you'd need 10,000 in rapid succession to die of a vitamin C overdose, so keep eating oranges, you'll probably be fine. Someone said that they can do about 5 or 6 Red Bull, and that's about their limit. I feel like that's too many, sweetheart. I recently met a guy who had a heart attack and had to give up his Red Bull consumption. He was drinking about that many a day, sweetheart, and he nearly died. He gave up the Red Bull, but I literally saw him smoke twice, so I don't think he gave up all of the dangerous habits at once. Good luck to him. Hopefully he gets rid of the rest. But yeah, he nearly died. Don't chew cherry pits. Why? Do they have something bad in them? It's really good that you told me because I was thinking about starting a cherry tree, which is a really long process, but have to crack the seeds. And I'm an idiot, so I probably would have done it with my teeth. Cyanide. Oh, good to know. Fuck. Okay. Won't be giving those to my bunnies then. They're not getting any cherries. I put a bunch of cherries that I didn't eat in my worm farm, but they basically just kiss things to death. I don't think they have any, like, Norman power. I don't think they're getting into those seeds. They just eat stuff by going, mwah, mwah, mwah. They kind of make out with their food. Wait, I eat apple seeds sometimes because I don't bother. Is that bad? I think they might have a tiny trace of something bad in them too. Is that also cyanide or is that another one? Yeah, so yeah, maybe cut down on the apple sweets, on the apple seeds. I love you, baby dick. Cyanide can kill cancer, by the way. But I feel, mm, I feel like those statements can be very challenging to apply well. Because, I mean, technically, you can't have cancer if you're dead. So I guess cyanide could kill cancer. But you'll probably die with it. Fire can also kill cancer. Yes. I don't think I'll be picking that if I get cancer, though. My mom died of cancer. I've not had cancer in the family before. So now I have cancer in the family. I never used to be worried about one day getting cancer, and now I am. So, but I won't be doing any fire about it if I do get cancer. Wait, your mom died? Yeah, my mom did pass away. She passed away last year. So did my dad, 2 months before my mom. So they both died, and yeah, it was a whole thing. Lots of bad things happened because of it. I had a very crazy year. And it's funny, they didn't speak to each other and they didn't have any contact with each other and they didn't really like each other. I remember the last time I saw them meet each other was when I was maybe like 13, 14, maybe younger. I was young. And my dad was dropping me off to meet with my mom, and my mom was coming to collect me. And they saw each other at a distance. He walked up, he said, "Well, goodbye then, love you, blah, blah, blah." And he was like, "God, she's aged." And I was like, "Oh, that's so bitchy. The fuck?" And I was like, yeah, tone it down. You don't have to walk up to her. And I left him and walked across the street to my mom, who stayed across the street and didn't approach. And I came to her and I was like, "Hello, mom." She was like, "God, he's aged." And it's really funny because both of them looked really young for their age. Back then, they looked even younger, to be honest with you. People were always saying that neither of them particularly looks their age. But they both said that about each other. It's so funny. It's because they probably both haven't looked at each other properly since they were both like, I don't know, 22, 23 or something. But they hated each other. Hated each other so much. And then like my mom was passing, she was sick and she was slowly passing away. And my dad died out of the blue. I was like, "Whoa." And then I had to tell her, I was like, "My dad died." And she was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. What terrible timing," was her immediate response. Because obviously she's dying too. And like what's funny as well is people kept saying, "Oh, you can tell that your parents were meant to be together in heaven. They were meant to be together because why else would they die so close together?" And I was thinking to myself, I'm not going to argue with you because that's a very cute and considerate thing to just make up on the spot. How lovely of you to try and be comforting. But my mom and dad, if they even knew that I had their stuff touching each other's stuff, they'd roll in their graves. They genuinely would. Well, my dad was cremated, but you know what I mean. Like they would hate that their stuff I was touching each other. They just really did not like each other. But yeah, that just makes it all the more strange that they died so close together. Because usually, when two people, like when people have known each other for like 40 years and they're in a relationship, sorry, my hair needs fixing. Let me just do that, right? Um, and like when someone's been married for like 52 years or some shit, and one dies, and then like a week later or a month later, the other dies, or even a year later, the other dies, you think, oh, they died of a broken heart. They were meant to be together. At least they were together in heaven, whatever, right? My parents died really close together, and they hadn't seen each other in forever. It's just so strange, and they both died really young. They died prematurely. Like my dad was like 51 or something, and my mom was like 54 or 53. They were like in their early 50s, both of them. They died of completely different things and they hadn't seen each other in decades and they still died almost at the same time. So fucking weird. And the only thing they had in common was me. Well, that and they both liked skateboarding as kids, I guess. How to avoid midnight cravings. I feel like I wanted to eat pizza even though I wasn't hungry. So there are many, many different ways you can fight cravings for food specifically. One of them is you need to incorporate at least one meal into your diet that you really enjoy that is a complete meal. So for me, I have like a poke bowl like meal, and it has tofu, it has avocado, it has like a bean salad, and it has some fruit and some spinach. And I really like that meal. You don't have to go as full, full kale, like full on healthy as I did, but like I really like that meal. My mouth is watering thinking about it. I enjoy it. So like I started eating that once or twice, and now I eat it quite a few times in the week. And what your body does when it gets like whole nutrients is cravings reduce, because quite often you get cravings because your body is craving a specific nutrient. And that expedites cravings. Also, the more sugar you have, the more cravings you have. And you're more likely to crave sugary things in the evening. So you might have like a sugary cup of tea or a snacks, a sweet of some sort. And immediately after, you will want sweets. Also, things that cause a blood glucose spike will also cause you to crave things. So quite often people, if you eat a lot of pasta, will say after they've stuffed themselves with pasta, they'll feel so full, but they'll immediately crave something sugary after. And it's because it triggers like a blood glucose crash, So your body goes, we got too much glucose, and it gives you a dose of this thing that makes you feel sleepy to compensate. And then your body goes, wait, I'm sleepy, I need energy, and then makes you crave more food. So your diet can cause cravings, and you might have to change what you eat. You don't have to resist your cravings. If you change your diet, you will just crave less food. But also, if you have ADHD, one of the things that can happen is people with ADHD have low dopamine and low dopamine regulation. And one of the ways that they can seek a like a dopamine spike is through food, is through mouth sensations, and you get dopamine from eating food. So you can crave food because you are low on dopamine, and doing other things instead of eating can help the craving, funnily enough. I'm going to just do math when I have a craving. Good luck with that. All of my family has ADHD and we all binge eat food. There you go. Told you. I definitely crave ice cream late at night. So I just don't sleep well on an empty stomach, so I tend to eat before I sleep. But since I've been shifting my diet towards more healthy food, I don't really get cravings so much anymore. There used to be times where it's like I cannot function unless I have this thing. It's all I can think about. And it'd be like all encompassing. Like one time I walked for like 4 or 5 hours to the only 24-hour shop in my area. And I walked there by foot because I couldn't get a taxi. And then I got there and they didn't even have anything I could eat. Like, I knew that they had chocolate bars and stuff, but they just didn't have the bar I was after. So, like, my cravings went crazy, but since I've changed my diet, I just don't get cravings anymore. That's really weird, isn't it? Is there something with ADHD and eating? Yes. So basically, you get dopamine from eating. You get a surge of dopamine. So because people with ADHD have unregulated dopamine levels, one of the ways that their body can unconsciously try to regulate it is by making you crave food, because it's not because they're hungry, because they need the nutrients, because they need the dopamine. Do you have any advice for gaining weight? I have ADHD, and ADHD meds lower my appetite. I can't stand eating or chewing or remembering to eat. So one of the things I can recommend is Huel, because like it's a nutritional drink. It's good for you, but it's almost like a milkshake, and you can just have it on the decks next to you to sip from, and it won't feel like you're having to chew or eat anything. It's really pleasantly flavored. It's good for you. It's not going to harm your health. And people use it to gain weight. People use it to like muscle up and stuff because it has like protein in it and everything. So like that can be a really helpful one is Huel. If you're a hedonist, are you constantly searching for dopamine in your life? Maybe and maybe not. I don't think that that's necessarily what causes hedonism, to be honest with you. I feel like everyone's just run out of things to say. Everyone's just Pedro. Do your ticks get less frequent with years? I find like my ticks go up and down. So like sometimes I'll have a year or two where they're very, very light and like people be like, do you have Tourette's anymore? And then I'll have like a year or two where they're very, very severe. But also day to day, like Wednesday might have lots of ticks, Thursday might have none, right? I feel like it really, really does fluctuate. And also environmental factors really do contribute. So like any strong emotions can really cause it too. Um, so like I've there are times where I've thought, oh, maybe it's declining as I get older, and then it hasn't been, and I get a huge spike again. I don't know what that's about. What temp is it where you are currently? So I can't get specific because like the heat wave affects different areas more or less. And I'm very worried. There are people who are desperate, desperate, desperate to find out where I live and harass me who would literally use it to narrow down exactly where I am, which is so annoying. Like, there are people who've tried to figure out where I live by listening to weather patterns and asking whether or not it's raining right now and things like that to try and figure out where on the map it is raining. Like, people have absolutely done that and have been hilariously wrong as well. And be like, I'm coming to see you right now. I know exactly where you are. I figured out your coordinates. You know, you're stupid to have your mic be so sensitive. You should put a noise gate on it, you stupid bitch. I'm coming over. And then I'm like, good luck, because they'll say some random place that I'm not. And I'm like, that's hilarious. Have fun. And I love how they genuinely think that they're being sinister and they're like, you've made a mistake. A deadly mistake. Count your days. And I'm just like, have fun wherever the fuck bumfuck know where you're going. That's creepy as fuck. Oh yeah, of course. But that's like the tip of the iceberg of the stuff you deal with when you're a streamer, obviously. Do you know about the 22-year-old girl that looks like an 8-year-old girl due to cancer? No, but that must be incredibly challenging. I know that people who have things like, is it progeria? Is that the condition where you look much, much younger than you actually are? I know that it can really cause issues if you want a relationship, because how do you ethically actually find someone who loves you? Like, how on earth can you be with someone who's attracted to you if you look like a child? And then if you find someone who loves you for who you are and not the way you look and, you know, would love you no matter what you look like, and it has nothing to do with that, in that situation, how do you feel attractive and beautiful if they're loving you in spite of how you look rather than because of it? So, like, the best case scenario still feels kind of sad. And then on top of it, they're going to experience a lot of stigma. Whoever they date, people are gonna hate them and go, why are you dating someone who looks like a child? That's really fucked up. What are you doing? And so, like, no matter what you do or how you go about it, you're going to struggle in relationships exponentially, and that's so sad. As if dealing with cancer isn't bad enough. Isn't there something that makes you look older too? I mean, no. Apart from like smoking, but not reliably, I don't think it's gonna magically make you grow to an adult size and have like an adult voice or anything. It just might give you a little some crow's feet. Oh, progeria is the one that makes you age rapidly. My bad. Okay, so it's not progeria that makes you look like a child. The absolute opposite, in fact. I remember once I was playing GTA V online and some guy said it's real easy to find your IP. So I sent him my home address and told him to come and find out about me. That's hilarious. I love that energy. Fuck yeah. I saw a clip of you throwing a coffee cup at a wall. Do you remember that? Yeah, I do. That was a part of my life. Thank you. What's the best advice you can give someone to cure depression? I think that there are so many different reasons you can get depression that there's not one cure. But I will say, firstly, go for a run. Running and like specifically running, not just exercise, but running specifically changes your like neurochemicals and gives you a rush of endorphins that is incredibly effective at helping people with depression function. And in studies where they compared it to medication, medication doesn't work the same for everybody. So it was surprisingly statistically working as well as medication for some people, which is incredible. Like running can be medicine for depression. And since going for a run is free, like there's no harm in trying if and seeing if it works for you or helps you at all. Because the worst case scenario is you did something healthy for your body and it didn't really help your mind as much, and that's okay. But I would give it a few weeks of going running regularly to see if it works for you. I wouldn't just go for one run and be like, well, I'm still miserable. So fuck that. Like you do need to run, and you need to run to the point where like you're really out of breath and like it's causing a rush of endorphins. That's what you're looking for. So you can't go for a gentle run. You need to go for a good solid run that's very exhausting. Because I did that and it really helped me with my depression. So the physical stuff is really important. The other part of it is that often you need a multi-factor approach. So I changed my life at the same time as I changed my health, and then I changed my philosophy. So I changed my mindset, my environment, and my health. I did all three because all three can be the cause and the cure. So I tried all three. I was like, fuck it, I'll fire on all cylinders. One of them's got to stick. So with mindset, just remember that suffering is natural, that things can't go well all of the time, that you can't control how things go. You genuinely cannot decide whether or not good things happen to you or whether bad things happen to you. Both will happen for the rest of your life. That is not up to you. You don't get to decide what happens to you in life. You get to decide what you do with that. Okay. There are some people who will get shit on their hands and they will cry because there's shit on their hands. There are other people who build bricks out of shit and build a house. There are literally people in certain countries who use cow dung to build houses. Okay. Some people can turn a terrible situation into something good. And that can be really helpful in a mindset to be like, yeah, bad things will happen. It's not up to me whether they happen. It only is up to me how I deal with it. Right. And so there was a guy, he had a lot of his family members and friends either commit suicide or die of drug overdoses. And he had a really tragic whole life. And he was incredibly upset with the way that the world had treated the people around him. And he made a bunch of songs about them. And he became a really famous pop star where loads and loads of people love his music and have done for decades. And he's incredibly successful, making all of his tragedy into songs that people love. And they're really happy songs. He's the lead singer of the Eels. It's called Mr. E. And his songs are like really dark when you actually listen to the lyrics, but the songs are actually very upbeat in pace and music. So he created beautiful art out of his darker circumstances and a beautiful life because that's what he did with it. So yeah, you're gonna have shit circumstances. It's not a trap. It's not inescapable. The main thing about depression is it lies to you and it tells you that everything is permanent, that you'll never escape your misery, that everything goes wrong all of the time. And one practical thing that you can do to break out of that delusion that you can do today for really, really fucking cheap, trust me, I promise you, right, is you can get a little journal, a little book, and every day you just write one thing that went well in it. That's all you do. You don't have to pretend the day was awesome. You just have to write the coolest thing that happened on that day. And some days you might have really boring days, and it might just be I ate a really nice chocolate bar, or I saw a really beautiful sunset, There was a nice view walking home from work. could be something really, really small. It doesn't have to be huge or impressive. But what will happen over time is you'll create this record so that when you feel delusional and you like your depression is like your life's shit, you are shit, nothing will ever get better, bitch. Like when it starts deluding you into thinking that everything is inescapably awful and not worth it, you can flip through that book and see evidence that actually you've experienced an incredible amount of good things in the past year, even though you're not feeling too good. And that can help reinvent your perception of the time you're spending and help you break out of the delusion that everything is awful. But also what starts to happen is you start trying to make a mental note of the coolest thing that happened in the day. So you're looking for more positive things. You're retraining your brain to highlight positive things. So over time, you will naturally see more beautiful things and experience more beautiful things because of it. So your life will gradually get better by doing it like as an onset. So like it's a free thing you can do today and you can start. And at the end of the day before bed, you just write the coolest thing that happened. That's all it takes. And one day you'll love looking back at that book. I have one. Damn it, it's not on the desk. Or is it? Is it in the drawer? Where are you? No, it's not here. Damn it. But like I have a little book and it's one line a day and it lasts for 5 years and each page is a date. And on that day every single year, you put how your day went. And all of those memories are great because now I'm on the second year and I'm reading all the memories from the first year when I'm writing my new one, which is really fun. And I love that. It's making me very happy with my life. Just getting in from work and wanted to show some love. You look beautiful, by the way. Thank you so much, Junberg. You're so sweet. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I did talk about all of this with Dr. K. It's cool. You have a great memory, KLX. For me, I was depressed for many, many years, and I worked my way out of it by myself because I felt like that my doctors were failing me and no one gave a shit about me, and it was all on me to build a life that was worth living. And like, of course, why wouldn't I build a life that was worth living, even though my life started out shit? I was an accident. My parents didn't mean to have me. They played hot potato with me and passed me between each other because neither of them actually wanted me. And whilst they both had animosity and didn't really want to raise me, they both were competing with each other for who wanted me more. So like when I was at my dad's, he would say, your mum never wanted you and she only ever asks for you back to claim benefits money so that she can have a house. And she doesn't give a shit about you and she never asks how you are and she doesn't really want you. And then I'd go to my mom's and she'd be like, your dad punched me in the stomach when I was pregnant and he forced me to drink a pint of alcohol to try and make me abort you and he never wanted you. And the minute he saw you were a girl, he walked out of the hospital and he was really upset because he wanted a boy and that's why he doesn't want to be in your life. And so like I'd bounce between them and I'd just feel hated by both of them. It didn't really make me love one or the other more, which I think was the goal. Like I just had a terrible life and everything was awful. I was neglected. I wasn't protected. Lots of horrible things happened to me. I was allowed to just wander around in the street, aged like 4, 5, 6. And I would often leave the house without any shoes on as a little kid, and people would come up to me and go, "Where are your shoes? Where are your parents? Are you okay?" And be really concerned for me. Many people tried to get custody of me growing up. Because they knew what was happening to me, and none of them could get custody because both of my parents were too proud to let anyone take me away. So I ended up in a really tough situation growing up. Then lots of horrible things happened to me in my teenage years. I had Tourette syndrome, but I didn't get a diagnosis. And the doctor said, well, if you don't think you have magical powers and you seem sane, so you're probably just attention seeking and you'll grow out of it. So I didn't get any treatment or an explanation for why I had all of these tics. And I was getting punished at school and I kept getting booted out of school, didn't have a formal education, didn't think I had a future. We were in and out of poverty because my mom had a severe disability and she couldn't work. So there were times where I would have nothing to eat for weeks on end. It was really ridiculous. I had a really rough start in life and I wasn't loved by anyone and I wasn't cared about by anyone. I could have died and no one would have gone to my funeral. I didn't have any friends, nothing. And so it was really, really difficult to be happy with my life. But I did really think about a bunch of things. And one of them was the chances of me existing were incredibly slim. And there were so many other people who could be here in my place because my mom and dad could have met at different time in my mom's cycle, and a different egg would have met a different sperm and a different person would have been born, and there was so many millions of different combinations of people that could have happened instead of me, but I was the one who got to be here, and the chances of me existing are infinitesimally small. The chances of any life being on this planet are infinitesimally small. So like I have won the lottery, essentially the universal lottery. Statistically, the chances of me existing are small. I am very, very lucky to be here. I have one chance to taste things, see things, know things, and experience things, to play computer games and eat cheesecake, and to admire things and laugh. And I thought even to suffer is a privilege because most rocks never get to feel anything. Most of the universe is made of stuff that will never ever feel a thing, even negative emotions. So I'm lucky to even suffer. I'm lucky to know anything. I'm lucky to feel anything at all. And I'm going to use the time. Because if I'm gonna die anyway, there's no point in rushing it. I might as well make what I can of it. And if I kill myself while I'm suffering, it doesn't end the suffering. It just means that suffering is all I ever got to do. So I kept working on it. I kept working on it, and sometimes it was one step forward and two steps back. Sometimes I'd really fight for a better life and end up in a worse position for years. And that was devastating. And I'd kind of given up hope by the time that things started to get better. I genuinely believed nothing ever would, but I kept trying anyway because, I was just going to keep running. I was just going to keep trying until I run out of chances, until I run out of days to keep trying. Just on the off chance that maybe things will get better. Not because I genuinely believe they would, but why not? I've got nothing to lose. I never really gained anything. I never really had anything worth having. So I kept trying, and I'm glad I did. I would go through my childhood all over again to be where I am now. I love my existence. I'm really, really happy to be here. And I think like retraining my brain to be grateful is not me being like really optimistic to a delusional degree. I don't think I'm an optimistic person at all. But I do think I'm a grateful person. And I think gratefulness does a huge amount for your health, for your mental health. Like knowing what is good and having the perspective to know it's amazing without guilting yourself. Like I don't go, it's so good that I have food. I'm grateful for this food because there's someone starving in Africa and they would love to be me. So I should eat this food and be happy I exist and shut the fuck up. Because I don't think that's actual gratitude. I think that's just guilt. I don't think lumping guilt onto experiences makes you happier. So I don't think you have to love your existence because someone has it harder. I think that's dumb. I don't like that philosophy. Yes, there are people who have it harder than you. You're allowed to feel sad. That is healthy. You're allowed to feel angry. That is healthy. Negative emotions are natural and essential. You do not need to erase them out of guilt because somebody else is burning to death right now. Because that means that only the person who's burning to death the slowest on the planet right now, they're the only person who's allowed to cry about their lives. And the rest of us just have to be grateful that we're not him. And I don't think that's reasonable, and I don't think that makes you any happier. I don't think guilt makes you happy. I also don't think that staying alive for your family is a good thing to do. I think that's a very crazy and ridiculous thing to do. I don't think going, I'm alive because it would make my family sad to go to my funeral. I don't think that's a good reason to live. I think you should throw that one out the window because you're not living, you're just guilting yourself into existing. And it's not helping you feel any happier. Let go of that stupid mentality. It's not saving you. Okay. And personally, as a family member, if my family member was suffering and was in absolute agony, I wouldn't keep them alive just so I didn't have to go to their funeral. Because I will either way at some point in their life. I would want them to live happy years. I would want them to be happy more than I would want them to be alive. So like if I had a family member who was dying slowly of cancer and they asked to go get euthanized somewhere, I would definitely want to take them. I wouldn't just sit there and let them suffer. So, like, I don't think that being kept alive for sentimental reasons for other people, even though you don't want to be there, is a healthy reason for still being here. I think there are healthy reasons you can build, and I think letting go of unhealthy coping mechanisms around guilt and shame will help you be a happier person. So, yeah, when it comes to depression, I feel like I'm an expert. I spent more of my life depressed than happy, but I've been happy for at least 10 years now, I think. I've been consistently, without any relapse, really, really happy. I don't think my depression is ever coming back, and I'm really, really happy for that because some people never get out of their depression. Um, but I did practical stuff, real world physical things. I did mental things, and I changed my life. I looked around and I was like, I'm not happy here, and I don't want to be here, and I really need to break away from where I am right now. And I imagined what I would be happy with, and I was living at home, caring for my mom. I didn't have any education. I didn't have a future. And I didn't have anyone in my life. I didn't have friends, didn't have a partner, nothing. And I wasn't in control of anything that happened to me day to day. So I wanted those things to change. And I thought, like, I don't think that my depression is neurochemical. I think it is environmental. So when the doctors said we can offer you some pills, I was like, I don't want pills. Because I don't think that I need to gloss over or chemically change my response. I think my response is healthy. I think anyone would be depressed in this situation. So I worked on all of it, and it was slow, and it took me a long fucking time, and it was a devastating and horrible climb out of depression. But I got there. Well, thank you, Calix. I really appreciate that. That's so wholesome. Yeah, I don't believe that most depression are really brain chemistry. I think that's a lazy explanation. I don't. As someone who clawed my way out of depression, I do think that brain chemistry can cause depression. And I do think that some people are just physiologically different from us. There are some people for whom medication is the only thing that has ever helped with their depression, nothing else. They could have a happy life. They could be really happy with their relationship, their surrounding, their work, their everything, and feel really guilty because they're miserable. And then they get on medication and everything just flicks and they're fine. Because there are some physical there are some physical mechanisms in your body that you have no control over that will change your mood, how you process information, and how you behave. Okay, so like there are environmental factors that are incredibly manipulative. And I'll give you an example. There's a heart medication that people take that reduces their capacity for empathy exponentially. We found it because we did a study on empathetic responses, scanning for brain activity whilst people were looking at images of, things like animals getting hurt, people smiling and laughing, these sorts of things, to kind of track which regions of the brain light up and when people empathize, right? And they found a group of people for whom there was very little brain activity in the usual places where empathy would cause it to light up. And they're like, that's really strange. And one of the things that a lot of them had in common was they were on the same heart medication. We discovered that there is a heart medication that reduces your empathy. So these people aren't choosing to have less empathy. They have been physically affected in an involuntary way that they didn't know about. So like things can induce a response in you that you didn't decide. And no matter what you do, you can't change it. You can't do anything about it. And for some people, that is the kind of depression that they experience. Like some people don't know that diet can cause anxiety. So you might be completely brave and fine and a very calm person generally, but the food that you're eating or not eating can cause you to have a heart racing and to feel terrified and to be shaking and to hyperventilate and have panic attacks and to be scared to go outside and all these sorts of things. And it's completely not rational. It was your diet, because a physiological response can change neurochemistry. So for some people, for some people it is environmental and you can do something about it. And for other people, it is physical. And we've done research on it and we can help those people now because there is medication. I don't think medication is lazy. I don't think that's how that works. And people have those same judgments for other people with other conditions like ADHD. And the funny thing about ADHD is if you take medication and you have ADHD, you are several times less likely to have dementia. So getting this medication is a matter of life or death. It is not just a cop-out or a lazy thing to do. So I feel like there's a lot of judgment for medication, but that's because people just don't understand it very well. Some people stigmatize medication, which is just mind-blowing to me, because we are so lucky we have medication you don't understand. Being able to have access to aspirin if you've had a heart attack, or painkillers if you deal with chronic pain, or being able to have access to an asthma inhaler when you have asthma. Do you know how many animals just die of completely curable shit because they have no hospitals, no medication? They break a limb, that's it. They just die, right? We are so lucky to have all of this shit. It is so beyond stupid that people stigmatize access to medical care. Is one of the coolest things about being human is that minor injuries don't end your life. Can you link sources for your claims? What sources for the claim that animals don't have hospitals? That they don't have their own medication or hospitals? I don't know that I need to provide a source for that. I feel like it's a kind of outrageous claim. Like, you'd have to show me a hospital that a fucking pygmy elephant made. I meant the source that claimed that ADHD meds reduce the risk of dementia by 7 times. Oh, I didn't say 7, I said several times. But literally, you could just Google it. I've seen it many times. I mean, it's researching that made me reconsider medication because I didn't want any at first. I was like, I'm fine. I found a way to manage. I don't really need it. But then I was like, oh, fuck, this is important. I should probably go and get that sorted. So seeing as you aren't capable of Googling, ADHD meds reduce dementia. Immediately it says long-term stimulant use is linked to a reduced risk of developing it later in life. While ADHD adults with unmanaged ADHD have higher risks of dementia, medicating appears to attenuate this risk by normalizing brain chemistry and enhancing neural plasticity. There we go. The first response is a study called Adult ADHD as a Risk Factor for Dementia. So this is an actual study. Do you need that again? It is ADHD as a risk factor for dementia. Study came out in 2025. There we go. Literally, so easy to Google. Reading is fun. I wouldn't go that far, but I still do it. I like learning. I don't like reading. Reading is something that I endure because I want to learn. Do you make notes when you're researching? No, but I started utilizing Pinterest. So Pinterest helps me with that sort of thing because I can use it. So Pinterest is just an image board, but you can make it so the image links to things. And I have more of a visual memory than a word memory. I don't really remember written word very much, but I remember pictures. So when I learn something as a concept, I associate it with the image on the article or the video or something where I learned it from. So if I pin that picture and then the link to the article, then I have a source for all the stuff that I've learned and I can revisit it if I start to forget it. So it helps me to remember. And if I ever talk about it with people and like, where did you learn this? I can go and get it for them immediately without reading a bunch of lines because it's just picture based. So it helps me to share knowledge with people really easily because I have Pinterest on my phone. So like wherever I go, if I tell someone about something and they don't believe me, because people just don't believe women. So I get asked for sources to back shit up all the time from people. And so like this helps me to give that information really immediately, which is helpful. I don't even know what Pinterest actually is. It's just an image board thing, and you can use it like you can make like little boards, and that's just a page. And whenever you see a picture, you scroll for Pinterest and it gives you like a feed like YouTube, but it's just all images. And you can go, oh, I like that one. You can click save, and you can just save it into little boards. So you can get ideas for decorating your room, or ideas for how you want your garden to be, or you can get clothing ideas for your kind of style. And it has like little mini videos in it too, but not very many. And like for things like sometimes people do try-ons of outfits, and they'll try on loads of different combinations of outfits with one item of clothing to see how they can make it work. And that might be really useful to you. If you've got like a pair of shoes or a top in your wardrobe that you don't know what to put with, and it's like, hey, I've got that top. Oh my God, there's just such cool ways to put it. I will save that. And then you go to the store like a few months later and you're like, what were those outfits again? And you look at it and you're like, yeah, I'll buy those trousers, right? So like that's one use that people use it for. Or some people use it for art mood boards. Like I used to use it in university because I used to save loads of pictures of naked people as reference for drawing. Because in animation, you have to notice how people's muscles change and shape and stuff as they move, as they walk, as they gesticulate, all that sort of stuff. So I had like this really cool artist board full of like nude references and stuff like that. Like you can use it for all sorts of things. It's a really, really handy tool. Pinterest is very useful for certain things. Yeah, I like to think so. It's how I found out about creeping time, and that saved me a lot of energy. But yeah, I feel like Pinterest is kind of slept on. People don't really appreciate Pinterest as much as they should. Found out what? Creeping time? Yeah, like so I didn't like weeding. So but there are gaps between the pavement cracks. And I was like, I don't really want to pull up loads of weeds because I'm going to disrupt all the wildlife. So, and I don't want to put chemicals in. I don't want to do any weed control because it would be really damaging. So what I did was I ended up scattering a bunch of creeping time seeds in between my cracks because it makes really beautiful pavement. Like if I type in creeping time, I was like, rather than get rid of the weeds, I'll just make all the weeds pretty. And like, if I show you, and this is how it looks. I'm just double checking that everything is safe on the screen. Always does this, so annoying. There you go. Like, look at it between the pavement slabs. Isn't that cool? And so, like, I feel like that's a pretty solution where I don't have to poison the ground and I don't have to rip up a bunch of foliage. I can just make the foliage nice foliage. I can just enjoy the pavement cracks instead of trying to fix them all the time and wasting loads of time. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Shut up. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. If you can't remove the weeds, cultivate the weeds. Exactly. Are there any AI issues on Pinterest? Oh yeah, people submit AI images all the time, but you can really blatantly tell that they're AI, so it's not really an issue to me. But also, funnily enough, if someone's randomly generating AI images and uploading them to Pinterest, it means that other people can use them as inspiration for, like, I don't know, how they're going to arrange their bedroom or whatever, right? Without actually rendering any AI themselves. So if it costs a tiny little bit of water to render that image, right? And every single person was like, how should my room look? Then 50 or 60 people would individually create that image themselves. But if one person puts it on Pinterest, then loads of other people don't have to AI generate it, don't have to generate inspo. So it kind of actually reduces AI consumption, funnily enough, that people are adding it there. But you can tell the difference. So some are real pictures, and sometimes you'll see an AI picture come up every now and again that you scroll past. But like Pinterest doesn't seem to be generating them. It just literally people are uploading it to there sometimes. You can easily tell which pics are AI when they're obvious. When they're not, you don't really notice, do you? No, I always know the difference between AI and not AI because I'm an artist. So I can tell when the shadows are off. I can tell. Also, I spend a lot of time in nature, so I can tell when they've AI generated, because AI doesn't understand nature, so it doesn't understand that that plant wouldn't grow there because that's a shaded area and it would die. Like, so yeah, I've never had like an AI image come up on Pinterest that has fooled me. Like, yeah, so with my Pinterest, I'm like scrolling through it now, and immediately on the top page, there is an AI image, and you can just tell that it's not real. Like if I click on it, it says moody romantic gothic living room decor ideas with floral interior styling, and the candles don't look real. The candles are very blatantly not fucking real. Because that's just not how light works. So yeah, like I'm seeing like a very occasional ones, and you could just tell the difference between them. Yeah. I mean, if it fools you, you would never realize it was AI in the first place. Yes. But so far, I've not clicked on an image and saved it and gone, oh, wait, this is, it's because usually it says in the comment section that it's AI, right? I've never come across something on Pinterest and been like, wait, that wasn't real? No. I love you. It's crazy that real estate agents are using AI generation to beautifully to beautify the property they're selling. That should be illegal. I've never heard of that, but that should absolutely be illegal. Because things like this, if there's mold in the corner or something, the AI isn't gonna isn't gonna show that, and sometimes it's gonna make the room look brighter than it is, and you're gonna buy a place thinking it's gonna be all sunny and bright, and it's dingy as fuck. Like, there's loads of issues with that. That shouldn't be illegal. And people spend their entire life savings on their fucking houses. You can't just do that to people. Woo! I love you. I've got tits. To be fair, if you're buying a house, you should definitely visit in person. Yeah, I think there are some situations though where it's not possible. Like maybe you really, really want your dream house and it's in the area you want and it's in your price range and it's the first one that's become available in months. And rather than go to the house viewing because you happen to be in another country or you happen to be in the hospital or whether, maybe you send a friend or maybe you ask like for a video tour by the estate agent, or something like that, because you desperately need a home. This is one of the few homes that's come up in your price range, but you can't visit in person in the time, and you're worried that someone else will buy it in that time. Like, I could see there being incidents like that where you'd end up needing to buy one, but not being able to visit right away. Why can't you legally drive? Oh, I could legally drive, but I would have to go to a doctor and they would have to write a note for me that when I go to get tested and stuff, that says like this person's condition does not get in the way of their capacity to drive. And I would not pass that because my Tourette's is definitely so strong that it would interfere with my ability to drive. Absolutely. So I've already tested that. I did a test drive of a Tesla in like with a driving instructor, and I made a video of it, and it went horribly wrong. And like everyone would have died without the driving instructor because we had a few people in the car with us, funnily enough. And like I have tics that are too severe. Like I close my eyes really tightly, I slam the brakes, I hit the accelerator really randomly as a tic, I will wobble the steering wheel really hard like this, out of the blue. Like I have driving tics from the stress. So I would not, because my Tourette's is too severe, I would not be able to drive. Not everyone with Tourette syndrome is like in that position. But I fuck cats. I definitely am. Yeah, there are plenty of people with Tourette syndrome who can drive. I'm just not one of them. Ah. Do you have any tics that people often don't think of? Well, most of my tics are probably physical, to be honest with you. Like I'm constantly tapping my toes. I'm like there are loads of physical tics that happen that people that quite often happen off camera. So I'm sat here and you don't know what my feet are doing. You don't know what my leg muscles are doing. You know, you don't even see what my hands are doing most of the time. So like there are a lot of tics that someone will come in and go, "Oh, are you cured? You're not having very many tics right now." And then it would be like, "I've had like 7." They're just happening in regions of my body that aren't in camera. But I feel like the mental tics, like I'll quite often have a tic that is just a thought, but it will happen over and over and over again. And it's really annoying to have tics mentally because it's like your brain is shouting over everything you're doing. So imagine you're trying to focus on something, listen to something, talk about something, and there's someone just going blah, 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 over it. So like if you have a mental tic and it's going over and over again, it's saying numbers, and you're trying to tell someone your phone number, or you're trying to like give someone personal details or whatever, or trying to remember something, and the tic is just shouting out over it all of the time. So like it causes inattention in me. It causes it contributes to like my difficulty with learning things. Like I have a learning disability, and I do feel like part of it is ADHD, part of it's dyslexia, but also part of it is just the Tourette syndrome, because you will get mental tics as well as verbal tics. So it is an incredibly distracting condition. And physical tics burn calories, so you do burn more calories than the average person every day. Bitch! Yeah. I hope you never let these questions affect you. No. I mean, I had a tough skin before I even started streaming, to be honest with you. I used to do a lot of rescue work, and I did a kind of volunteering where you'd often end up having to confront people who were doing illegal things to animals. And they're very, very violent, and they're very aggressive because they don't like being told to stop, but also they're not very fond of following the law, otherwise they wouldn't be hurting animals. So they're quite often criminals, very aggressive, violent people. So I ended up having to challenge people in those scenarios, and they would quite often threaten you, point weapons at you, try to beat the fuck out of you, just do horrible things to you, try to ruin your life, stalk you, all sorts of nasty stuff. And So that made me I used to have a lot of anxiety. I used to be a little bit like I used to have a lot of social anxiety, but I feel like before I even started streaming, going and doing that kind of volunteering really helped me to not really mind what other people think of me and to have a bit of a thicker skin. And to be able to push through even when things get a little bit uncomfortable. But people just saying words on the internet doesn't really bother me these days. I'm not too concerned about it. But also, when you've heard the opinions of thousands upon thousands of people every single day, you realize that you're going to hear every opinion under the sun. So, like, from the right to the unreasonable to the catastrophically wrong. And you really begin to realize that people's opinions really don't matter. Like, you're going to get every opinion. People are going to hate you no matter what you do. People are going to love you no matter what you do. Like, there are some people who get a tremendous amount of love, even though they're terrible people. And there are really good people out there who get a tremendous amount of hate for just nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it kind of invalidates, like, you begin to realize that your self-worth is not a group project. Like, other people don't get to decide who you are and how much you value yourself and whether or not you're right. So I'm not too worried about all of that. And I came here expecting a lot of terrible consequences, to be honest with you. I came here expecting to be harassed and, like, for people to be weird and stuff. Also, Junebug, I just saw the message. I don't know if you're still here. That was half an hour ago, but thank you for the compliment, sweetheart. Sorry I missed it. Is that a vape or a pen? It's a pen. It's just a normal pen. Like, it just writes. I write lists with it to organize myself. Bitch tits, bitch titties. I love you. Assuming you don't vape. No, it's really bad for you and people end up in the hospital from vaping. Vapor's lung will kill you. So I don't do vaping. Seems scary as fuck. Yeah, I mean, there was a time where it was considered the healthy alternative to smoking, and then it was like safe, and it turned out it's really not. It's actually really bad for you. I love tits. I love tits. Shut up. Most people can kill you if you do them too much. Oh, most things can kill you if you do them too much. There are just some things that will kill you quicker. Yes, and vaping is definitely one of those death speedrunners. That propylene glycol be fucking with your lungs. Once it's in there, it cannot be removed. Yeah, popcorn lung is a real thing. And you can get it from vaping. Yay. Freaks me out that loads of kids are vaping. That reminds me of my dad, because my dad offered me a cigarette when I was like 9. And I was like, no. And he was like, why not? I won't tell your mom. And I was like, because for some, I literally turned to him and went, loads of people. I asked people why they started smoking, and they said it was to look cool in front of their friends at school, but they really regret it and try to quit it for the rest of their life. It smells really bad, and it's really bad for you, and it's really expensive. And a lot of people just aren't happy that they're smoking. So I haven't got any school friends to impress. I don't even go to school. Why would I bother? And he was like, you're really smart. And he carried on smoking. And I was just in disbelief. I was like, Dad, I'm 9. And he's like, I started at your age. I was like, that is bad. That is not a good thing. I don't know why you thought that would convince me. I love how he just thought not telling my mom would be the issue. I guess I was just lucky that I wasn't really desperate for either of my parents' approval. You'd think I would be, seeing as neither of them particularly liked me very much, when I was a kid, because they were teenagers and they just did not want to be parents. But like, you'd think that I'd just be like really desperate for them to like me and that I would have snapped the chance to like start smoking with my dad, and I did not. I was so done with them. I was quiet and grumpy as a kid. I was really, really well behaved in that I was just standing in the corner, disapproving of everything that was going on. My parents were teens, so I was like, my God, these giant idiots are in control of my whole life, and they are just not even good at being in control of their lives. This is such a terrible situation. Fuck. I was just like very chronically unimpressed with them growing up. You often had that "I am not amused" expression. I know, and one time I said that when I was really young, like 4 or 5, I was like, "I am not amused," and I had a really deadpan face, and all my family laughed at once because they thought it was hilarious that a little kid said that, and I was like, "But, how were your grandparents?" All really nice. I mean, one of them went missing when my dad was, like, a toddler, so we just don't know where that granddad is, but the rest were really, really nice people. And we're full of sage wisdom and really lovely. Like, my grandma tried to get custody of me as a kid, and I probably would have had a really good childhood if she'd have raised me, to be honest with you. But my parents didn't let her, sadly. W grandma. Yeah, she was full of sage wisdom. She was great. I mean, both my grandmas are great, to be honest with you. I have one still alive. I have one granddad and one grandma that's still alive, and they're both wonderful. You might not have that thick skin you have today, silver lining. I don't know, I'm a woman on the internet. I would have had to have a thick skin either way. I was seeing dick pics when I was a teenager before I was the right age, before I was over age. Because being on the internet, you do anything on the internet and people will make it hellish. So, I don't know. I feel like I was well prepared for that. Even if I'd had a really happy childhood, just having social media as a woman would have prepped me for all this. Unimpressed by the PP. I can tell you now, I don't think any woman has ever been impressed by an unsolicited penis picture. I don't think that's ever been something that someone's like, "Oh boy, a stranger's cock. My favorite flavor of cock. Where are you, handsome man? I'm coming over. Thank you so much for offering this. Would you like to take a gander up my skirt? Here, I'll take a picture of my badge in return. Do you like that? Don't share that with anyone. I'm sure I could trust you, random man." Like, nobody who would be impressed. I don't even think it needs to be stated that it's unimpressive that I've not been impressed by an unsolicited dick pic. Of course not. Like, there are some things that you come across a lot growing up that are hilarious and really obvious from this side, but not obvious to the person doing it. Like, when a guy goes, "So, what does your boyfriend think of all this?" And you haven't brought up a boyfriend once in this conversation, they don't care what your boyfriend thinks of all this. They are asking if you have a boyfriend. They are attracted to you, and they don't want to let you know that they're attracted to you. So they want to bring up casually in conversation a way to figure out if you're single. So if people going, "Oh, what does your chap feel about this? You must have a really happy lad back home," all these sorts of questions. You think you're being subtle, but you're not being subtle. It is just as unsubtle as going, "So, do you have a boyfriend?" And I don't really like that question anyway, because it puts you on the spot. Because, like, for most of my life, the answer to that question is quite commonly no. Like, and in that situation, they take that as an opening, like, "Oh boy, then I can have you." And it's like, but that's not the issue. So I want to skip that part. And I want to just go, "I'm not attracted to you." immediately to that question. And that's weird. They set it up so it's impolite to say that. If someone goes, so what does your boyfriend think about this? You can't just go, I'm not attracted to you. Right? There are social consequences for behaving like that. People think you're a bitch, not just the person you're interacting with, but everyone who is watching the interaction. Because immediately the guy denies it and goes, oh, that wasn't what I meant. It's totally what you meant, you bastard. Don't weasel out of it. I don't want you. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna make up an imaginary man. I want you to take my no. I don't want you to be, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm somebody's property and he wouldn't like it. No. I want you to know I don't want you. Shut the fuck up. As a man, I can confirm I did that. Yeah, and it's really awkward. So it's not any more polite. It's not any more subtle. We know exactly what you're doing. We clock it immediately. It's awkward, right? Don't do that. So there's that. I feel like that's one an obvious one. Another one is, oh, if I was 10 years younger, or you were 10 years older. Basically, that means pervy old man is perving on you. And then they go, but you wouldn't want an old man like me. But they never say it as if to say, yeah, I already know I don't stand a chance. They always say it like, and you wouldn't want a man like me. Would you? Would you know? Would you know? Because they're literally expecting you to go, oh, I wouldn't say that. You know, I like a mature man. Like they'd say it in a, I hope that you would go for someone like me. And it's so creepy as well because I'm not attracted to you and you're expressing an interest in me so that, oh, if only I was younger. And I started hearing it when I was a kid. I was hearing it from 30-year-old men when I was like 11. And they're like, oh, if I was 20 years younger. It's like, ugh. Yeah, it's such an unpleasant. I've never heard that from some handsome older man that I would love to date. It's always somebody like I would never date. And I've spoken to so many other women, and so many other women have said, yeah, I've had that if only I was 10 years younger. From some creepy man who's talking to me who thinks he could get with me and is trying to flirt and is being weird. Yeah, so like you get hit on like these really weird ways that are very unwanted. And I feel like people are like, oh, but if I was hot, you would want it. And it's like, well, I kind of feel like that's part of the point, though, that if a woman was reciprocating attraction, it wouldn't be unwanted. But a lot of what guys aren't doing is picking up on social cues that a woman is interested. And that's what makes it awkward. Like, usually people pick up on whether or not someone is warm to you and interested before they start flirting. But if you flirt before that, you are going to be rejected harshly, and you probably should be because it's rude. And here Anita is crushing all her fantasy. I'm sorry, but hopefully it increases your chances of getting with a guy. That's what I'd like for you to take from this. Because yes, we suss you out. You've got some very easy tells. We can usually tell when you like us, but you need to learn to tell whether we like you before you push boundaries. Because hitting on people before you get a vibe for how people are feeling about you is rude. Because men who are sexually interested in you can be dangerous. So, like, you don't want to look dangerous. And the way that you don't look dangerous when you express an interest in someone is with empathy and respect. And you do that respect by gauging how much someone likes you. That's being considerate before you show an interest in them, right? People skills. That's how you be respectful in these situations. That's how you make it non-threatening and nice. And that's how you get success. That's how you get laid. Does Leonardo DiCaprio say if only you were younger than 25? Oh my god. I don't know what he says. Whatever he has to say, he wouldn't say it to me. I'm many, many years outside of his preferences, thankfully. Because, like, I would not get with an older guy specifically in most scenarios. Because I do not want to be used for my youth. I don't want someone shallow who's only with me while I look a certain way, who's going to drop me when I don't look that way anymore. That's what I'm afraid of with an age gap relationship. I don't like mature men because usually men mature slower than women. So, like, there's no guarantee that just because they're older than you, they're going to be more mature mentally. But there is a good chance that they are just being shallow. And I thought that from a very young age. When I was like 18 and older men were hitting on me, I was like, what the fuck do you want from me, weirdo? And they're like, don't you like a mature man? I'm like, no, if you were mature, you wouldn't be trying to date an 18-year-old. What could you possibly have in common with me if you were mature? What? Like, I'm an 18-year-old and I'm too mature for a 14-year-old. We would have nothing in common, right? So mature men don't go for younger women. That's not how that works. And I knew that from a very, very young age. I was like, fuck this. And like, I predicted, I was like, even before DiCaprio had the fucking reputation, I was like, I don't want to get DiCaprio'd by someone who just likes the distance between my chin and my boobs. You know? I don't want someone who's just like after something perky for now. So no, I'm not going for an older person. There's a 99% chance they're just shallow. And I will age and get thrown in the bin. If youth is what they're after, that's a finite resource. Why would I go for someone who thinks that my worth is finite? I believe the term is decapitated. That's amazing. So yeah, I've never really been interested in older men, but older men have incrementally been very interested in me. And I've never really liked that or felt particularly comfortable with that. And I think age gap relationships can work depending on how young the youngest person is. I think if you're over the age of like 20, like if you're in your young 20s, like 23, 24, 25, I'd say 24 to be honest with you. I think even 23 is quite young. But like if you're a 24-year-old, I don't care how old your partner is if they're older than you. Like if the youngest person in the relationship is 24, who gives a shit? Like they're not like some vulnerable little squish who's gonna get like preyed upon by someone. They're like an adult who is emotionally secure and has some experiences under their belt. They're less vulnerable, right? Yeah, like we generally have age gap relationship things because of it's just dodgy to be into an 18-year-old when you're 40, you know? Like we just worried about young people being exploited and their first experiences in relationships going horribly. That's all that the age gap thing is about. No one's crying over a 60-year-old with a 90-year-old. No one gives a fuck. My profile pic was taken when I was 24. Okay, that's okay. I mean, it's just a tiny little blur to me. It's so tiny, I can't tell what you look like. Like, you could have told me that that was a Nesquik glued to a drywall, and I would have believed you. I can't tell what the fuck that is. I'm not gonna lie, you could have told me that was any age, and I would have believed you because I can't even barely see your face. I can vaguely approximate that it's a human now that you've mentioned it, but I wouldn't have been able to definitively tell before. I don't know why I called myself Sweet Anita. I'm now realizing how terribly that comes across. I'm sure you're beautiful. I just can't tell. The picture is blurry. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're like you're about as ugly as a Nesquik glued to the wall. Like this wasn't a commentary on how you look, by the way. Holy fuck. Yeah, spot on. Age gaps work no problem, but not when you're the youngest and you're not emotionally mature and are just discovering adult life. That's going to end badly. Yeah, I think so. I think mature people don't go for children. I could vaguely tell you were human, Anita, not Tourette's edition. Yeah, so I feel like people quote my Tourette's so often, but I feel like it's the stuff I say voluntarily that truly freaks people out for some reason. But, like, people who were neglected and had a lot of responsibility as children end up really mature really, really fast, so I was kind of like Stewie from Family Guy. I think that's his name. What's the name of the little kid who talks with a posh accent and is incredibly developed for a child? Yeah, Stewie. Yep, that was the level of, like, literacy and communication skills I had as a child. I remember this being a surprising, like, thing when I went to primary school for a little while because, I was reading at home and nobody was teaching me, so I had to suss things out by myself. And, they were like they got out these stupid little books, and they were, like, 1 page a sentence, and it was like, "The magic key. The boy took the key to the door. The door opened to a new world." And, like, we were flicking through it, and it was like, "This is really boring. Can we read the book?" They were doing a literacy test. They were like, they take you away from the class, they sit you down in a chair, and they go, "You're gonna read to me today," and they score you on your general literacy. And I was like, "This is really boring. Can we read my book?" And she was like, "Sure, we can read your book." And I was like, "Great." Koosh. And it was like this big thick book. Someone was throwing out all of their stuff in the neighborhood and they threw out a bunch of books and it was like a big adult book with many it was like a fantasy novel about a guy and his kestrel. And like I was really young and I had a really high reading age. And I have dyslexia. Okay? That's the weird part about that. I could read really well, couldn't spell for shit. Right? And I was reading that to her, and she was like, "This is great. You're doing amazing," right? And at that primary school, they skipped me ahead a year. The stupidest decision they ever made. They skipped me ahead a year because they were like, "You're really advanced." They had a talk with my parents. They're like, "She's really advanced, and we'd like to put her ahead a year because she kind of covered everything that we're about to. Why put her through this year of education when she's already ahead of that? But she will be the youngest in the next class." And they were like, "Yeah, that's fine." And they were really proud of me, and they were boasting about it, right? And like then I did that year ahead. And then they didn't want to move me up to middle school because they're like, "She's too small. She's too young. She can't be moved to middle school. She'll get bullied." So they kept me in the same class as second year. So instead of doing 1 year and then moving up to the second year, I just made to take the same year twice for a stupid ass reason. So I was so mad about it too. I was like, "This is fucking dumb." I remember finding out at assembly when we were being told our next class, and I was like, "I'm moving on, I'm gonna be going to middle school." And then they didn't call out my name, and I was like, "What the fuck? What?" And they were like, and so that was when I found out. I was like, "What's going on here?" And I asked a teacher, and they're like, "Oh yeah." And then they explained it to me and my parents, and they were fine with it. They just didn't give a shit. And I was like, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Nope, too small. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know middle school had a fucking height restriction. This is some bullshit. That is stupid as fuck. Yeah, my primary school head of year, like not head of year, but my head teacher, he looked like skinny Santa Claus. He looked like if Santa Claus went on holiday and went on a diet, went to like some spa retreat and lived off juices and stuff. Like he was like a really cool, sporty version of Santa Claus. Exactly. Yeah, he was skinny Santa. And like for some reason, I remember going to his office, not because I was in trouble, but just I remember just sitting with him and talking to him. I don't know what that was about. But I just used to hang out with him some lessons. And like instead of sitting with everyone in the class, I would leave the class and go to the headmaster and I would just sit there and we'd just chat about stuff. And he said, "You're a very clever girl, you know that?" And he just asked me a bunch of questions and we'd talk about a few things and there'd be really random things as well. We just hung out. I don't know what that was about at all. What the fuck was that about? And it wasn't weird or dodgy either. He wasn't like, "Come sit on my lap" or anything. He just literally, I would get called out of lessons to just chat about stuff. Maybe they just really enjoyed talking. I was in primary school. I don't know how old primary school age is, but in the 2 years before middle school, I was that age. I don't think that like he had white hair. He was old enough that he looked like Santa. I don't know. He could talk to anyone. He could talk to staff. He could sit in the staff room and just have a chat with another adult. Like it is weird for an adult to just want to hang out with a kid that age. Yeah, you were like 6 to 10 years old then. Okay, I was definitely under 10. I was definitely under 9. So I was between 6 and 8 years old when this was happening. I have no idea why. Yeah, how strange. He just took you out of class to shoot the breeze. Well, at that point, I was quite often finishing all of the like the schoolwork and then just sitting there for ages after. That happened to me a lot. At every school I went to, they would set me things to do. I would look at this board, do the thing, and then just be sat there drawing, or just like I would get itchy feet and just wander around, and then be like, "Hey, could you sit down and do the work?" I'm like, "I have done the work," and they're like, "No, you haven't. It's been like 20 minutes," and they'll come over and look at my book and be like, "Oh, you've done it," and I'm like, "Exactly." You know, I used to keep getting the chocolate for being such a good girl. Like, there used to be this thing where you could earn lots of gold stars, and you know, the person with the most gold stars at the end of the week would get like a chocolate from this giant advent calendar that was in the wall. And I kept getting it too often, so they made a rule where they couldn't give it to me anymore because I already had loads of chocolate. The mince pie I told you I was having 2 weeks ago was good. Congrats! Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. What the fuck? Rigged. I know, it's kind of sad the first time that happened, where they're like, it's not fair, she keeps getting it. And she was like, you're right, she did get it. She's got it many weeks. And she was like, maybe it's not fair to give you another. And I was like, no. But I kind of accepted it. I was like, yes, this is very fair. I did really want the chocolate, but okay. Yes, I was nerfed, and I'm very frustrated about it. And you know it was a big deal to me because I was that young and I still fucking remember. I don't remember what I did yesterday, but I remember the times I was denied the fucking chocolate at school. Tell the other kids to get good. I was a nice kid, okay? I was very ethical. Well, there's a lot of things I remember about that primary school. I remember there was a massive plague of crane flies. Do you know what crane flies are? They look like giant spiders on wings. And at one point there were so many it looked like tumbleweeds. There was loads and loads of wind and it was absolutely battering the fuck out of them. There was like a swarm of them and they rolled, they clinged to each other and rolled in like almost like a tumbleweed through the door and then just went and flew away from each other in the classroom and everyone was like running away, all these little kids like and like I was like gently scooping them out and letting them back outside, which probably wasn't, the wind was probably making that bad decision. But at the time, that was what my childlike brain decided was a good solution. And I remember, like, who remembers making snowflakes? They'd make you like fold the paper into like a little square and cut loads of designs into it to make a snowflake. And you unfolded it and then you stuck it to the wall. And the PVA glue that was part of every single craft thing ever, and there was always some idiot kid who would eat it. And like they would give you these weird shaped spatulas that I've never seen again since. Like every craft store I've ever been to doesn't have the little PVA spatulas that they'd give you to apply glue to things for projects, but they'd give you PVA glue and you'd dunk it in and you'd use the little spatula to apply it to stuff. And I really remember those spatulas. And also they had these giant pencils. I wonder if they're actually giant because I picked cherry plums recently. When I was a kid, I used to pick them a lot because my mom used to make burnt crumble, fruit crumble with them, right? But when I was a little kid, these cherry plums were like, they would be like this much of my hand, and they're literally the size of cherries. I remember them being huge and they're tiny, right? And yeah, there was just lots of things like the pencils that they'd give you that were red, that were triangular, like a Toblerone to write with, that were really easy to hold. And I always found them harder to hold. I was like, these are too chunky. Can you just give me a normal fucking pencil? And somehow they were left-handed pencils, and I don't know why they would be left-handed because they're all tubular. Like, what's the difference? What the fuck? Now, like, what was their left-handed shit? There was left-handed scissors as well, and they were blue instead of red. And like there'd be this time where so we had this teacher and he had like a rain stick where if you tipped it, it sounded like rain. And he would make us meditate. He would make us, after the lesson, in the last 15 minutes, he would make us all lie down on the carpet in the corner and listen to the rain sounds and relax for some fucking reason. He needed break time himself. Yeah, that's kind of genius. Oh, skibbity boo! Thank you so much. You taught me the most eye-opening term, fuck zoned, and it seriously shifted my perspective. Thank you for that. Yeah. So I've talked about it a few times because I feel like a lot of people who, in general, who've gone on dates and stuff and are just learning how to date and don't have a lot of experience will fall in love with quite a few people who don't feel the same way about them. I feel like that's a really common early experience, is to not be able to gauge when someone likes you back. And so a lot of people think about, from their perspective, being denied love and affection that they want, but they don't really think about what it feels like from the other side. Like, I feel like empathizing with someone who has had a lot of offers is really alien to a lot of people. And like, we're discouraged from talking about it too. Like, if I talk about my experiences of people hitting on me, people think that I'm gloating or that I'm boasting or that I'm just suddenly fluffing myself up. And I'm like, no, every single woman goes through this. You could be any age, you could look any way, you don't have to be particularly beautiful. This is not a brag. It would be a brag if male attention was like this rare resource, which is really hard to get, but it's not. So I'm really talking about this because it helps you to understand how to do better and how to have a better success rate in love. That's the only motivation I have. I don't think it really reflects positively on me at all. And like, yeah, I do think that it hurts more to be fuck zoned than it does to be friend zoned. I think that when you like someone and they don't like you back, it's not as painful or upsetting or as much of a betrayal as when someone tells you they can't be friends with you anymore because you're not going to sleep with them. Like, the difference between your relationship now and a non-platonic friendship is like physical affection. Like, you can go traveling with someone, you can spend your life with someone, you can live with someone, you can have a really close friendship with someone, right? But the difference between a friend and a relationship is sex and intimacy, you know? And so I feel like when you're being told, because you didn't sleep with me, I can't be around you anymore, and I'm disappointed in our friendship and the time you spend with me because it's not what I want it to be, I can't focus on what's awesome about this. I will only focus on what it's not, and it's not sex. It's not lust. And like, that hurts. And it feels like a betrayal because you realize, oh, I never had a friend. This person was just waiting for me to fuck them. And now they're out because they didn't get it. And that hurts. It fucking hurts. It gives you trust issues. This is true. I really appreciate you for being real about this stuff. It's something that a lot of people need to hear. Yeah, and I hope it's helpful. A lot of people ask about it, and I don't mind talking about it. I really don't. What if they were platonic? What if they were intimate, but then they go back to platonic? Is it the same betrayal? I don't think so. I think friend zone is when someone calls it the friend zone when they're disappointed that someone doesn't like them back. When you were intimate and you go back to being friends, I feel like that's just the end of a relationship of some sort. Whether, you know, like, I feel like some people can stay friends after a relationship. That's not a fuck zone and that's not a friend zone. That's something else. It's a whole different situation. Are you 27? No, I'm about 10 years older than that. There shouldn't be an end to a proper friendship. I do feel like people grow and people change and they don't fit in each other's lives anymore. And that doesn't mean their friendship wasn't real or wasn't awesome. It's just that I don't think that how long something lasts defines its value or its depth or its truth. I don't think it wasn't true friendship if it didn't last forever. Maybe one of you changed. Or maybe the world around you changed. Like, maybe both of you got kids and didn't have time to hang out anymore. Maybe one of you moved, you know? Like, these sorts of things happen. It doesn't mean that your friendship wasn't real and profound, that you didn't learn and grow together. Everything ends. I don't think that illegitimizes it. I think if a mountain one day becomes flat, it doesn't mean it was never a mountain. And I feel like a relationship can be amazing and profound. Love can be true and deep, but end. Love can be real and still end. Audiobook listener, thank you so much for the 44 months. I appreciate it. How are the gym gains going? Are you swole yet? I don't think so. I've got some muscle. I can, like, Romanian deadlift more than 25 kilos, but I only have 25 kilos max at home. So I've definitely deadlifted more than that, but at the moment I'm doing 25 just because I don't have heavier weights. And I can definitely press that easy, but maybe I need to get heavier weights to see how heavy I can press. you mean 2 times 25s? Not just a single 25, i.e. 50, right? No, so I mean 2 12.5s. Like, that's the heaviest weights I got at home. I need heavier ones because I'm finding it really easy. I was Googling it yesterday, and I was like, why am I not feeling my Romanian deadlifts? Like, am I doing them wrong? And it asked me a bunch of questions, and I was like, no, it's not my form. I'm doing that right. I'm doing that right. And they're like, oh, well, it's pretty good to be able to deadlift that much weight at your size. I was like, that's good, but like, why am I not feeling it? So maybe I just need heavier weights. Yeah, go ahead and run that dono.
I donate to women who don't have a boyfriend.
I think the weirdest thing I've ever been paid for in my life is to be single. That's strange. I like keep doing that. So if someone hits on me tomorrow, Parasitgeist, if someone hits on me tomorrow, I might be like, stay back. I received £5 yesterday from someone who'll only pay me if I'm single, and I don't want to make that donation a lie. I'm so skinny and so light, I can easily do pull-ups. So I struggle with pull-ups, to be quite honest with you. I think I'm a bit too top-heavy for them. What would you say to ignorant people who say, why aren't you ticking right now? Oh, you were faking it this whole time. Everyone with Tourette's gets that bullshit, especially online, but sometimes at home as well. Doubt is like a really prevalent aspect of having Tourette's. So like, I don't really have to indulge it. I like generally just ignore people like that now. But like sometimes people ask it and they're just genuinely curious, like, oh, did you get cured or something? And I'm like, no, it's just a fluctuating condition. Like people with heartburn don't have heartburn all day, you know? It's like if someone has lactose intolerance and like cheese makes them shit, someone's like, "Oh, you're not shitting today. Are you cured?" It's like, "N- that's not how that works." It's like, well, you're off the toilet. Surely you don't have it anymore. They just expect you to be a shit fountain every single day, all day, every day. But yeah, I've just realized I've been here for like 4 hours. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. But I should probably go. I mean, I'm glad that I don't have to run off to feed my little um caterpillars. They're getting so fat now. I'm so happy with them. And I got so many stripy little buddies. And they're going to be moths. I released a moth today, and I can see they're burrowing, so some of them are going to turn into little little things soon. Pupas gonna pupate. I'm so excited. They're gonna turn into little red moths. Yeah, in a year. So I'll have to keep them safe for a year. And it's funny because you'd think I'd forget a year after. I'd forget everything. You'd think I'd just put them in a box and forget about them and they'd die trapped in the box. But that's not what happens. So what happens is I notice stripy caterpillars out in my pavement again, and I go, oh, it's time. And then I put the enclosure that I've been storing in a dark place with all the pupa in it, I put it in a place where it's really visible every day so that I pass it every day when I make breakfast. And then I know whether any have hatched. So as soon as I see the new caterpillars outside, I know it's time to whip out the pupa box because they'll be coming out soon. It'll be a year. How many animals do you have now? Well, if you count each individual bug, probably about 237. But, like, if you just count them as a seething mass, then I have the cockroaches, the snail, 4 bunnies, some caterpillars, and a mystery amount of worms. Three bunnies. Oh, yeah, thank you. And 1 chat. Yeah. Seething a mass of lovely people. Ah, yes, Cocktopia, the land of the cocks. Yeah, but, like, the female one is a utopia and the male one is very violent and everyone is angry and scared. So Cocktopia. Yeah, like, the girl enclosure is all, like, sunshine and rainbows. You're quite the vocabulary in a posh accent. You can't just throw seething mass into conversation like that. You're fucking you can try and stop me, bitch, but I don't know what you're gonna do about it. I said it now. Can't throw those words back in my mouth. Are you spamming her OnlyFans Discord? Oh, okay, don't click that link because I don't have an OnlyFans, so I don't know what that is. But, you know, if you click that, I guess you deserve the viruses. I remember we used to have a counter where people would go, "Have you got an OnlyFans?" And the bot would respond with a link, and it just takes you to a thing with troll music. I think it took you to get rickrolled, and it would give you a counter of how many other men have asked that question. I don't know why we got rid of it. I kind of miss that. Did chat break the counter? Probably. I don't know how high it got before we shut it down. Wasn't it a command? Maybe. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, you distracted me. You're trying to keep me here, aren't you? I'll see you again on Saturday. And I looked forward to it. I love the video stream. So hopefully I'll see you there, okay? Have a good one, everyone. Good night.